Chapter 15:10. Boom, when the huge body of the Earth Immortal seed fell down, it was already another 10 years later. For a full 20 years, Gao Yugong, Sunling, Shi Shanshan, Sun Qingxue, Shi Wushuang and the Murong sisters, like ants moving an elephant, bit by bit completely killed the Earth Immortal seed. Among them, the direct attack of Gao Yu, Shi Shanshan and the Murong sisters accounted for 70% of the credit. Gong Suanling's protection and Shi Wushuang's supplementary recovery accounted for almost 20%, and the remaining 10% was Sun Qingxue's demonized vine ultimate. The demonized vine ultimate was not only the demonized vine, but also the combination of the blue jade vine and the blood demon vine. When the blood phantom vine absorbed enough blood of the earthly immortal level bit by bit, it underwent an earth-shaking change. At least 1/3 of the Earth Immortal seed's energy was spent on resisting the demonized vine ultimate and the blood demon vine's blood-sucking. The Earth Immortal seed finally fell to the ground, and the women once again reached their limit, and their bodies fell softly. This time, Yang Chen directly flashed to the side of the women and quickly put them away. Of course, the body of the Earth Immortal seed was not spared, and he also put it away first. Originally, there was still a lot of rich devil chi on the body of the Earth Immortal seed, but in the process of continuous injury, the powerful formation has been constantly absorbing. At this moment, the devil chi was no longer under the control of the Earth Immortal seed, and it was quickly absorbed by the formation. At this point, the devil chi on the demon continent had become a distant memory, and there was no trace of its existence. Similarly, the absorption formation no longer had any meaning to exist. It must be said that the formation that absorbed devil chi with reference to the heaven and earth infinite spirit suppression formation was indeed powerful. Even if the women and the Earth Immortal seed fought at this level, and suffered countless attacks from the Earth Immortal seed, they were still safe and sound until now. Without saying a word, this was where the formation was located, so naturally, Yang Chen put away the formation. At the same time, Yang Chen did not forget to glance at the largest demonic bead. The result was very satisfactory to Yang Chen. The demonic baleful bead that was a few feet in circumference had now become several feet in circumference, and it had expanded several times compared to its original size. With the beasts completely destroyed, the surrounding demon sealing formation naturally became meaningless. The sect began to withdraw their formations and recover the materials. These were all good things, and they couldn't be wasted. Basically, by now, the great cause of the 11th sect dividing up the demon continent has basically been completed. Each sect occupied a piece of land and had hundreds of millions of mortals living under their rule. Whether it was the size of the sect or the number of disciples, they had all greatly improved. Everyone was satisfied. The only ones who were dissatisfied were the other sect members who hadn't made it to the banquet. However, in the face of the alliance of the 11 sects, no one dared to have any evil thoughts. Yang Chen quickly returned to the Chunyang side palace with the women, and at the same time, a group of masters such as the head of the palace also returned. This time, Yang Chen definitely made a big profit. The demonic bead above the 7th grade of the human immortal realm, Yang Chen's wives and concubines occupied 90%. The only Earth Immortal level demonic bead was now in the hands of Yang Chen, and this was not counting those exchanged for the longevity pills. The Chunyang Palace also took a great advantage. With a radius of 100,000 miles, billions of people, the scale of disciples directly reached hundreds of thousands. It was also comparable to the Taishamen of the past. The masters were emerging one after another, the number of masters of the Deshang stage skyrocketed, and even the supreme masters, Yang Chen and Gao Yu. Needless to say, the benefits of other sect, the huge territory and population were needless to say. The resources on the territory alone had more than doubled the strength of the sect. The sect masters of the sect were all grinning from ear to ear. Such a feat in the immortal world was also a great achievement to face the ancestors. In a blink of an eye, another 100 years had passed. 100 years was enough for the sect to completely occupy the entire demon continent, and other forces could no longer get in. The only chance was the kind of small vassal sect supported by the sect. They could casually demarcate an area and support a small sect. The cultivation of the palace master and elder Wang Yong and others had reached the limit of the peak de Shang stage, and could summon the tribulation at any time. Among the core elders there were 4 who had reached this realm. Ho Yun, Gui Shanyu, Shi Kuei and Xie Sha were all on the verge of the tribulation, and even Ho Yun and Gui Shanyu's cultivation had reached the first grade of the human immortal realm. In 100 years, Yang Chun had completely absorbed all the 7th grade fire seeds, and his cultivation had once soared to the 6th grade of the human immortal realm. However, under the deliberate suppression of Yang Chun and the situation of Lady Fanghua and the maids, Yang Chun finally maintained the 3rd grade of the human immortal realm of the fire attribute, and the realm of the human immortal realm of the 1st grade of the human immortal realm was temporarily not improved, and he fully refined the entrance of the immortal executioner platform. Gao Yu was also in the realm of the 3rd grade of the human immortal realm. Of course, it was the level after the condensation. Gong Sunling, Shi Shanshan and Sun Qingshu all reached the peak de Shang stage. Shi Wushuang and the Murong sisters lived up to expectations and reached the 1st grade of the human immortal realm, and became the supreme elders. Yang Qin needed to wait for the entrance of the immortal executioner platform to be refined before he could ascend. Gao Yu and Gong Sunling of course waited together, and the other wives and concubines had the same idea. Based on this situation, Yang Chun still suggested that the palace master and the master ancestor should ascend, and the matter of sitting in the sect would be completed by Yang Chun and Gao Yu and Gong Sunling. Originally, the palace master intended to pass the position of the sect master to Yang Chun, but Yang Chun still declined. He was now a supreme elder, and the name of the young palace master no longer meant anything to him. Moreover, the management of the sect, Yang Chun had no interest in this, and he was not good at it. Finally, after discussion, the position of the palace master was passed to the head shopkeeper of the Wanbao Tower and Yang Chen's good friend Shang Guanfeng. After taking Yang Chen's 5th grade merit body refining pill, Shang Guanfeng's acquired spirit root sword and was close to the full value, and his cultivation method was to do business. Now he was already in the late Yuanying stage. Being in charge of the sect was the most suitable way for Shang Guanfeng to cultivate, especially Shanghai Feng, who was good at calculation and management. As the palace master, he was the most suitable candidate. Du Qian replaced his master Meng Xian and became the hall master of the law enforcement hall and joined the ranks of the core elders. The old tree demon ascended, and Yang Chen's eldest disciple Mu Bo took charge of the hall of eccentrics. Zhu Chuntao, the hall master of the medicinal hall, concentrated on retreat, and the position of the hall master was taken over by Yang Chen's disciple Mo Chunmei. After arranging everything, the supreme headmaster He Liangchao took his Dao companion Wan Qian, together with Elder Wang Yong, Elder Meng Xian, Elder Gao Shiyan and Elder Jing Feng, and ascended together. At the same time, Ho Yungue of the Hall of Eccentrics, as well as Shi Kuei and Xie Sha, ascended together. In the past thousands of years, no one from the Chunyang Palace ascended, but in less than a year, 10 people from the Chunyang Palace ascended in succession. Chapter 1511. Naturally, before the elders ascended, Yang Chun did not forget to tell them some things to pay attention to when they arrived in the spiritual realm. They were all in advance of the Chunyang Palace. By the time Yang Chun ascended, they must have already established a foothold in the spiritual realm according to Yang Chen's advice. Lady Fanghua's cultivation had already reached the 6th stage of the human immortal realm, which made her the great elder with the fastest cultivation growth in the history of Yin Yang Demon School. Her status in Yin Yang Demon School was like the sun in the sky. According to Yang Chen's advice, Lady Fanghua also planned to sit in the sect for 100 years. after accumulating enough merits, she would undergo the heavenly tribulation and ascend. The 30 maids had already been quickly promoted to the second stage of the human immortal realm by Yang Chen. However, they had too little experience. They relied entirely on the unique glamorous spirit method to forcibly improve their cultivation. In this regard, Yang Chen released them in a group of 10, letting them experience the mortal world for 300 years to improve their state of mind and cultivation. When the time came, they would undergo the heavenly tribulation again. Yang Chen's wives and concubines were in line with Yang Chen. Even if they were on the verge of undergoing the heavenly tribulation, they would take the initiative to become the great elder and sit in the sect. Firstly, they would make great contributions to the sect. Secondly, they would deepen their accumulation. Thirdly, they would wait to ascend with Yang Chen. In the following period of time, Yang Chen had completely ignored the affairs of the world. He only focused on refining the entrance of the immortal beheading platform. With more than 100 heavenly tribulation artifact spirits of super magic treasures, the speed at which Yang Chen refined the entrance of the immortal beheading platform increased by more than 100 times. Looking at this situation, another 200 years would be enough for Yang Chen to complete the refining work. Several of Yang Chen's disciples would receive detailed guidance from Yang Chen every 10 years. Every 100 years, Yang Chen would appear in the sect and give guidance to the younger disciples. Now Yang Chen was already the Grand Master, and his status was unique in Chunyang Palace. It could be said that in this life, Yang Chen had completely changed the tragic fate of his previous life in the mortal world. Not only did he exterminate the Taishanmen, the archenemy of his previous life, but he also prevented the tragedy of the Chunyang Palace from being exterminated and changed the life trajectory of many people. At this point, Yang Chen could say that he had no regrets in this life in the mortal world. When Yang Chen and the girls were in seclusion, time passed faster than a shuttle. On this day, Yang Chen, who was refining the entrance of the immortal beheading platform, suddenly felt his spiritual sense loosen up. A wisp of spiritual sense instantly entered the entrance of the immortal beheading platform that he had tried his best to enter. The entrance to the immortal slaying platform was finally refined by Yang Chen. There was finally a layer of connection between Yang Chen and the immortal beheading platform. Yang Chen understood that he had only refined an entrance to the mortal world, and there was still a huge gap from truly mastering the immortal beheading platform. The artifact spirits of the super magic treasures immediately cheered and jumped for joy. After completing this matter, they had completed Li Cheng's entrustment. Yang Chen must help them complete another thing. However, those things could only be done after arriving in the spiritual world. The super battle armor immediately moved from Yang Chen's body to Gao Yu's body. This was something that Yang Chen had planned for a long time. No matter what happened, Yang Chen hoped that Gao Yu would be protected by this battle armor at any time and any place. At this point, Yang Chen could finally ascend boldly with confidence. But before that, Yang Chen first went to the Sea of No Return and cultivated the three purities secret art several times in a row not far from the body that contained the first split of Yang Chen's spiritual sense. Cultivating the three purities secret art at such a close distance was to seal his memories so far in this body. If there was a chance in the future that Yang Chen died in the spiritual world or the immortal world, then this avatar would wake up immediately and would have Yang Chen's current memory. After saying goodbye to the sect, the women also gathered around Yang Chen. Yang Chen said that he would go together, and when he ascended to the spiritual world, they would take care of him, and the women naturally would not disobey. At this time, the women already had at least the second-grade human immortal cultivation base, and there was no pressure to simply cross the tribulation. However, if it was just a simple tribulation, the benefits from the heavenly tribulation would be much less. When many people cross the tribulation at the same time, the power of the heavenly tribulation will be doubled, and naturally, the benefits after the tribulation will be greater. Gao Yu, Shi Shanshan, Sun Qingxue, Shi Wushuang and the Murong sisters, together with Yang Chen's 12 Penglai divine wood monsters, Shi Wushuang and the Murong sisters' iron-winged flying eagle monster pet, triggered the heavenly tribulation at the same time. Strictly speaking, they were all alone, but Gong Sunling and Yang Chen had to consider more, and to be on the safe side, Yang Chen would always pay attention to everyone. After all the women had successfully crossed the tribulation, he would ascend. The overwhelming heavenly tribulation scared countless people. The power of this time's heavenly tribulation was dozens of times that of the ordinary heavenly tribulation. The masters of Chunyang Palace, who were watching the ceremony, were almost affected thousands of miles away. The horror of the heavenly tribulation could be imagined. Under the gaze of Yang Chen, the women succeeded one by one. After leaving behind a magic weapon that had been refined by a master in a short period of time, they collectively ascended. Next was Gong Xuanling's turn. Gong Xuanling's situation was special. There were thousands of Deshang stage masters in her mountain river geographical map, and they were all on the verge of crossing their tribulation. Gong Xuanling's tribulation was bound to cause all the masters to cross their tribulation at the same time. At that time, the power of the heavenly tribulation would definitely be beyond everyone's expectations. The super armor that Yang Chen gave to Gao Yu was also worn on Gong Xuanling's body at this moment, including Yang Chen's golden bell, which was given to Gong Sunling at this time. In his previous life, Gong Sunling failed to cross her tribulation and turned into ashes. In this life, Yang Chen would never let history repeat itself. More than 1,000 people triggered the heavenly tribulation at the same time, and the power even surpassed the wind tribulation of the Taishaman before they were exterminated. Fortunately, most of the power of the heavenly tribulation acted on the inside of the mountain river geographical map, and it did not look particularly excessive from the outside. Even so, it shocked everyone. Gong Xuanling's heavenly tribulation alone was already comparable to the power of more than 30 women facing the heavenly tribulation at the same time. It must be said that Yang Chen's late integration of Gong Xuanling's multiple Immortals cave magic weapons played a positive role. The power of the heavenly tribulation was equally shared and accepted by Gong Sunling herself and the mountain river geographical map. The huge actual space bore at least 60% of the power of the heavenly tribulation, so that Gong Xuanling's heavenly tribulation process was more frightening than dangerous. After sending away Gong Sunling, Yang Chen was left alone. Seeing that everything was fine, Yang Chen completely triggered the heavenly tribulation. What shocked countless people was that the heavenly tribulation triggered by Yang Chen was no less than the combined power of the heavenly tribulation of Gong Sunling and the previous women. The terrifying wind aura directly turned thousands of miles into powder. Countless people saw this scene from afar and they were shocked. In the process of calmly dealing with the heavenly tribulation, Yang Chen's thoughts had already flown to the spiritual world. Yang Lan Xiantian sect, I'm coming. Wash your neck and wait. Chapter 15:12. The sudden darkness made Yang Chen a little uncomfortable, and even his spiritual awareness couldn't detect anything. If Yang Chen hadn't already had such a memory, he might have panicked. Many people who ascend for the first time will have such a feeling in the process. Fortunately, this period of time was not very long. After a while, Yang Chen's eyes lit up. It was still the scenery in Yang Chen's memory, and the scenery here had not changed for thousands of years. When Yang Chen ascended in his previous life, he saw the same scene as soon as he came up. The difference was that Yang Chen was alone when he ascended in his previous life, but now he was full of wives and concubines. The women were waiting for Yang Chen, and with the women, there were 12 Penglai divine wood monsters and 6 iron-winged eagles. Those guys in Gong Xuanling's Mountain River geographical map were still in the Mountain River geographical map. The magic weapon of the Dragon Clan was really powerful. Even after ascension, it had such power. Seeing Yang Chen appear, the women obviously had a sense of relief. Although they knew that Yang Chen would definitely be able to ascend successfully, before they saw their husband, the hearts of the women were still hanging in their throats until they saw Yang Chen's figure. His body could feel a slight sense of oppression. Yang Chen understood that this was caused by the difference between the spiritual pressure in the spiritual world and that in the mortal world. However, the spiritual pressure in this place was not the real spiritual pressure in the spiritual world, but 100 times smaller than the normal spiritual pressure in the spiritual world. The pressure was only about twice as strong as that in the mortal world. It was impossible for the juniors who had just ascended to adapt to the 100 times spiritual pressure immediately, so there must be an adaptation process. This was a large-scale formation meticulously set up by the seniors of the spiritual world. Starting from the area where they had just ascended, there would be an appropriate increase in spiritual pressure every certain distance until the juniors who had just ascended were completely accustomed to it. The whole process was like the surface of a deep-sea submarine. At every depth, the pressure would be adjusted to allow people to adapt. The principle was the same. Yang Chen had mentioned this to the women before he ascended, so the women were not surprised except for worrying about Yang Chen. As for how their husband knew these things, no one would have any doubt. Yang Chen had used countless miraculous experiences to make the women clearly aware of the fact that their husband was almost omniscient. Now that their husband was by their side, the women were no longer worried and began to look around. Her husband had already said that it was safe in this region and that there was no need to worry about being attacked. She could adapt to the environment without worry. Circulate your qi for a while and get used to it first. After Yang Chen came up, he just looked around and asked the girls to start. The easiest way to adapt to a new environment was to train and fight. For the time being, fighting was impossible, so he could only train. For those who were used to cultivating in the Dragon Palace, it was not difficult to adapt to the spiritual pressure that was twice that of the mortal world. They could completely adapt after 1 or 2 circulations. They were all human immortal experts who had ascended. Simple cultivation was really not difficult. The time between the tribulation and ascension in the mortal world was too short. They had to think about leaving something for the younger generation in the mortal world, so they did not have time to explore the changes in their bodies and cultivation. It just so happened that he could try his best to investigate while he was cultivating. Yang Chen's spiritual sense immediately sank into his sea of consciousness. After the tempering of the wind tribulation, the original Grade 4 Earth Immortal Spiritual Sense did not disappoint and was promoted to Grade 5 Earth Immortal Spiritual Sense. The area of the Sea of Consciousness directly expanded to 15,000 acres. With such a large sea of consciousness, not to mention anything else, just using it to enlarge pills and magic treasures in the Sea of Consciousness and using it to explore the flaws in them would benefit Yang Chen a lot in these 2 aspects. Even the slightest problem could be seen clearly in this Sea of Consciousness that was even more exaggerated than a microscope. What was microscopic, this was it. Before ascension, Yang Chen's fire attribute cultivation was stable in the 3rd grade of human immortal, and his other spiritual power was stable in the 1st grade of human immortal realm. After the tempering of the wind tribulation, Yang Chen's overall cultivation was improved by a small realm on average. The fire attribute human immortal could tear you apart, and the other attributes were 2nd grade human immortal. It must be known that this was not the false human immortal realm of the supreme level in the mortal world, but the real human immortal level. In the process of the tribulation, the body and spiritual power had experienced the most difficult tempering. The human immortal who had passed the tribulation and the human immortal who had not passed the tribulation were fundamentally different. What made Yang Chen the happiest was the breakthrough of the yellow turban strongman body refining technique. Originally, it was only at the high level of overturning the sea strength. After the tempering of the tribulation, Yang Chen's physical fitness directly improved a lot and he successfully entered the peak level of overturning the sea strength. Just the cultivation of the yellow turban strongman body refining technique. At this moment, Yang Chen could already be on the same level as most of the yellow turban strongman before Yang Chen's death in his previous life. Even more than half of the yellow turban strongman body refining technique could not be cultivated to the peak level of overturning the sea strength. As for the higher realms of earth-penetrating strength and sky-raising strength, only a few masters and masters could reach them. He had just arrived in the spiritual world, and it was said that under such hard work, when he ascended to the immortal world, Yang Chen could completely master the heavenly quartz body refining technique, which almost no one could cultivate to perfection. Thinking of the time when he could resist a great principal golden immortal without using other magic weapons and formations, those people's faces must be very good. If he wanted to fully adapt, it was far from enough to just cultivate on his own. The important magic weapons on his body needed to be re-refined. Of course, it was just a simple refining. It was also a process to let the magic weapon adapt to the spiritual pressure here. This process was a little longer. At least Yang Chen and the women had to stay here for at least 10 days and a half month. Just when the women were cultivating and refining the magic weapons around them, there was a flash of light next to them, and there was one more person in an instant. Everyone had already seen such a scene, and naturally knew that someone had ascended. They were all newcomers who had just ascended, and everyone didn't think about what to do. They just stayed away a little, so as not to cause misunderstandings from others. It was a strange man who came up, and no one knew him. This was very normal. The world was so big. Yang Chen and the others had only been to 2 continents, and there were many places that they had not been to. The hidden dragon cave of the past, Yang Chen still didn't know where it was. Since it was a stranger, everyone naturally didn't care, and did what they should do. The man looked arrogant and also looked around. It was estimated that he was not sure about the origin of so many people on Yang Chen's side, so he didn't act rashly. However, intentionally or unintentionally, he always showed a very vigilant look, as if he was guarding against something. Chapter 1513. It seems that the other party has not heard of Yang Chen. Otherwise, with the great reputation of Yang Chen and the women, even if they don't know them, they should know Yang Chen's family. But this is also good, so that everyone doesn't come up to make friends, which is also a troublesome thing. The surrounding environment made the man a little uncomfortable, especially when he saw Yang Chen's family. He was even more vigilant and did not dare to be careless. Fortunately, they were all ascended masters. After a while, they saw that Yang Chen's family was busy with their own things and ignored them. They quickly adjusted their mentality and secretly cultivated. Although it seemed that there was still a little vigilance, it was much better than when they first came up. There have been a lot of people who have ascended from the mortal world recently. It didn't take long for the white light to flash again, and there was another person on the scene. However, it seems that the person who just came up and the man before knew each other. After a simple greeting, one person began to be vigilant and the other one rested. The new person's performance was almost the same as that of the previous one. For unknown people or ascended masters, there was a kind of vigilance from the heart, which was completely different from Yang Chen's family, who were so open. After Yang Chen used the universe treasure-raising secret art to refine his own magic weapon, he received the 12 Penglai divine wood monsters into the Dragon Palace. After the magic weapon was refined in this way, the spiritual pressure of the internal force would change with the external environment. The cultivation of the Penglai divine wood monsters was not affected at all. When all the women were adapted, Yang Chen stood up with the women and walked in one direction. Their behavior immediately made the 2 unfamiliar experts feel as if they were facing a great enemy, and they assumed a vigilant posture. Fortunately, the direction of Yang Chen's march was in the opposite direction from where they were, and it seemed that he did not mean to provoke them for the time being. The direction that Yang Chen went was very unpredictable. There was no road, only a dense forest, and there were several seemingly ordinary animals in the forest. The women had already been warned by Yang Chen, so at this time, no one had any moves, and they all followed behind Yang Chen. "Greetings, Senior." After walking a few meters away from the dense forest, Yang Chen stopped. He cupped his hands in front of him and greeted respectfully. The girls behind him followed suit and bowed in the direction of Yang Chen's direction. "Greetings, Senior." The direction they were facing was clearly only one tree. It didn't look thick, only as thick as an ordinary person's calf. It had green branches and green leaves. No matter how one looked at it, it was different from the demon race that had gained sentience. Not to mention others, whether it was the Penglai divine wood monster or the body of the old tree demon Mu Bo, which one was not a giant tree that covered the sky. What was even more outrageous was that after Yang Chen bowed to the small tree, he immediately turned around and bowed to a rabbit that was curled up in the grass not far from the small tree. He still used a greeting tone, "Greetings, Senior." Even though the women were confused, they still followed their husbands and bowed to greet him. There was no movement here, but the strange man who had just ascended could no longer suppress his laughter. "Ha ha ha ha, which sex trash is so blind?" The arrogant man looked at Yang Chen as if he was looking down at an insignificant person. "A person like you is even worthy of ascension? Brother Liu, what people like to worship is what they want, it has nothing to do with us." Compared to this fellow, the one who came up first was relatively more composed. However, although he was persuading the fellow behind him, his tone was also indescribably mocking. "It's a pity that these ladies, outstanding beauties and heavenly fragrance, chose to follow a fool." As he said that, he shook his head. His face was filled with indescribable regret and pity. They had seen arrogant people, but the women had never seen such arrogant people. In front of the best genius disciples of the four major Taoist sects, he dared to say that their husbands were blind fools. They really didn't know what this guy's brain was made of. Perhaps it could only be said that the ignorant were fearless. After the two of them finished speaking, they looked at each other and laughed. In front of Yang Chen and the women, who were acting like fools, their behavior was completely in line with the demeanor of an ascended expert. It was a pity that there was no one else here. Otherwise, they would have been able to use the performance of Yang Chen and the others to set off their image. However, the two people who were laughing wildly did not notice that the expression on Yang Chen's face when he looked at them was even more exaggerated than the regret on their faces. He also began to shake his head. "If you don't seek death, you won't die. You brought this upon yourself." The two people's complacent laughter did not even stop when a sudden change occurred. A branch that appeared out of nowhere suddenly whipped the guy who was laughing wildly at the beginning. Bang! Gotcha! The power of the branch was so strong that everyone could even clearly hear the sound of his bones breaking. The guy's entire body was whipped hundreds of feet into the air, and then he fell heavily into the distance. That guy's body had not yet landed when a hairy thick leg suddenly appeared in front of the other guy who was trying to persuade him. Boom! He was also blasted high up into the sky and fell in the same direction as his comrade while flailing his arms and legs in an exaggerated manner. Looking at his posture, it was definitely not comfortable when he landed. Noisy! Just as all the women were in shock, a lazy voice suddenly sounded out of nowhere, as if someone had woken up from a deep sleep. "Shameless boastful brat, who are you talking about that doesn't have eyes? Repent well and cultivate for a few hundred years, and grow your mind." The hairy thick leg slowly retracted, and in front of Yang Chen and the women, it turned into the tender white leg of a harmless little white rabbit. The little white rabbit raised its head and stared with its blood-red eyes. Suddenly, it opened its mouth and said, "Nowadays, there are not many people who know how to respect the elderly. Young man, I have high hopes for you. In addition, these women of yours are very good. They are obedient and well-disciplined. They have a promising future." The sudden change made all the women a little stunned. Who would have thought that a small sapling and a little white rabbit would be able to send two ascended experts flying? Listening to the words of the little white rabbit, then everyone watched the branch slowly retract back to the little sapling that Yang Chen had just bowed to. Then, the dense forest seemed to come to life, and began to slowly separate to both sides, giving way to a wide road. "Young man, you have a good eye," the lazy voice on the little sapling continued. "Take care of those little saplings in the future. Go forward along this road and slowly get used to it." "Thank you, senior." Yang Chen bowed to the side again. Chapter 15-14. Along this wide road, after walking for a few hundred feet, the scene in front of them suddenly opened up. Being wrapped in the seemingly inconspicuous dense forest, the women did not notice that when they were in the dense forest, the things that their divine senses detected were completely different from what they saw in front of them. The result of the exploration of the divine senses was that this was still a dense forest, but what they saw in front of them was an open space. What was especially surprising was that the open space was not really empty, but there were hundreds of cultivators standing, sitting or lying down. The cultivators standing were moving their hands and feet, seemingly preparing for something. At a glance, it could be seen that those sitting and lying down were all injured, and the injuries on their bodies had not yet healed and were in the process of recovering. And the two guys who were beaten up not long ago were in the two farthest pits, unconscious. They felt that they were still breathing, but they did not know when they would wake up. According to that injury, if there was no good healing medicine, hundreds of years of cultivation was not an empty talk. Compared to the surprise of the women, the people in the open space were even more surprised when they saw the expressions of Yang Chen's family. They never thought that there would be someone who could open up a path in that dense forest and walk all the way to this place. These people couldn't help but be surprised. Every one of them had just ascended and were full of mettle and arrogance when they were hit in the head. Everyone was beaten up by the experts in the dense forest. When they came over, all of them were injured, but the injuries were different depending on their cultivation and the situation at that time. But Yang Chen's family actually swaggered out of here. How was that possible? The one who stayed here for the longest time had already been here for hundreds of years, and he could leave immediately. But in these hundreds of years, he had never seen a person walk over like this. Looking at the strong men and beautiful women of Yang Chen's family, even if he was a human immortal expert who had already ascended and paid attention to the state of mind that Mount Tai collapsed in front of him, he could not help but be dumbfounded at this moment and could not say a word. "Hubby, this is?" Apart from Yang Chen, both sides were surprised at each other. But it was obvious that Yang Chen's side had an absolute psychological advantage, and if there were any questions, Yang Chen would definitely be able to answer them. Sun Qingxue immediately asked the question that was on everyone's mind. "This? The first lesson after ascension?" Yang Chen pursed his lips and looked at the people over there. He didn't stop walking and explained, "Down there, who isn't the emperor first and the father second? It's inevitable for them to be a little arrogant." The seniors felt that this wasn't a good thing, so they arranged for some of the seniors to teach everyone who came up a small lesson, to let the arrogant people know how powerful they were. That was all. "Look, everyone is only injured and doesn't care about their lives. Don't worry, they just need to rest for a while." With Yang Chen's explanation, whether it was the women behind him or the people who were still recuperating over there who could hear Yang Chen's words, they were suddenly enlightened. So that was how it was. Since they had just arrived in the spirit realm, they were considered newcomers. When he was in the mortal world, he was a high and mighty uncle master, but after ascending to the spiritual realm, he became a rookie with the lowest cultivation and status. It would take some time to change this mentality. If he didn't have a correct understanding of himself for a while and still wanted to maintain his usual attitude in the mortal world, he would really be looking for abuse with a lantern. Some of the people in the open space had vaguely figured out these things, but they only figured it out after a long time of recuperation from their injuries. Seeing that Yang Chen's family was unscathed and swaggered over, many people began to guess how they passed through the dense forest. It wasn't that there were no people who were very modest. When they tried to pass through the dense forest carefully, they were attacked by some small beasts and tender seedlings in it. Everyone couldn't figure out what method Yang Chen's family used to avoid that omnipresent attack. What was more important was that such a wide road was opened in the dense forest. What kind of person would have such a face? Before ascending, no matter which sect they were from, the big sect or the rogue cultivators, all the cultivators couldn't escape this pass. The only difference was that everyone's recuperation time was different, but they had never seen those seniors do it so thoroughly. This was no longer a matter of face. Could it be that Yang Chen's family had the strength to make those seniors afraid? Unfortunately, the only two people who might know the reason were still unconscious. If they wanted to know, they could only wait until they could speak. All the girls knew the reason behind it. Her husband had accurately recognized those hidden seniors and greeted them respectfully. No matter how powerful the seniors were, there was no reason for them to make a move. Yang Chen's etiquette was so comprehensive, coupled with his excellent eyesight, if he still made a move, it would be a bit unreasonable. Cultivation was not to cut off emotions, and it was also a necessary lesson for cultivators to be sophisticated, so it was not surprising that he came out like this. The two guys who spoke nonsense were bloody unlucky. Not only did they taunt Yang Chen, but they also implicated the two seniors. Since they couldn't do anything to Yang Chen's family, these two poor bugs became the best targets for the seniors to vent their anger. They had to be seriously injured and recuperated for hundreds of years. If they had known this result, they probably wouldn't have dared to laugh at Yang Chen again. Now that there were so many people, the women couldn't ask Yang Chen how he saw the two seniors. One had to know that even Gao Yu and Gong Sunling, who had the strongest spiritual sense cultivation among them, did not find any abnormalities. In their eyes, at that time, Yang Chen's salute was clearly a small tree and a little white rabbit. How could he become a powerful predecessor? Finally, after walking through this open space and no longer seeing those people, Shi Wushuang asked this question. The other women nodded in the same way, waiting for their husband's answer. Observe. Yang Chen directly gave them a plausible answer. In the place where the ascended masters gather, there is a small sapling that doesn't look thick at all, and a harmless little white rabbit. How is this possible? Human immortal masters can kill them by casually releasing a little spiritual sense. But they are alive and well. Apart from saying that there is a problem, what other answer can there be? Listening to Yang Chen's explanation, all the women were enlightened. However, it was a pity that this was only understood after Yang Chen reminded them. Before the reminder, they really didn't see it. Remember, we are not the strongest masters in the world, but the weakest newcomers in the spiritual world. Of course, Yang Chen did not forget to remind his wives and concubines, remember this, don't be too ostentatious before you open up the situation. Chapter 15:15. Yang Chen has always had a place in the hearts of the women, and what he said was also reasonable. The women all agreed, and then continued to follow Yang Chen, moving forward slowly. Don't fly in this area, Yang Chen explained as he walked. Every certain distance, the spiritual pressure will double. No matter who it is, they have to adapt slowly. Otherwise, if they go directly to a place where the spiritual pressure is 100 times, they will lose a layer of skin even if they don't die. Since it was said that no matter who it was, it naturally included Yang Chen himself. In his previous life, Yang Chen took almost 10 years to adapt to this. Of course, Yang Chen spent a full 10 years in recuperation, just like the people in the open space just now. In his previous life, even if he ascended, he was careful to avoid the pursuit. Of course, he was not so ostentatious. He was just slightly punished by a few seniors. 10 years was already the shortest time. Let's do it here. There seemed to be another woodland in front. Yang Chun stopped here and told the women to continue to practice sacrificial refining so that they could adapt quickly. With the experience in the Dragon Palace, the women were able to adapt quickly and easily to the spiritual pressure that was only doubled in the mortal world. The magic weapon was not forgotten to be sacrificial refined. After the people and the magic weapon adapted together, they could continue to move forward. The seniors in charge seemed to only be in the area where they ascended. Yang Chun did not say hello to any of the seniors here, but after the women adapted, he continued to stay with the women. Every time the spiritual pressure increased a little, Yang Chun would take the women to practice sacrificial refining magic weapons in a suitable place and adapt to it layer by layer. Even so, it took a year for them to fully adapt to the spiritual pressure of the spiritual world. In the process of adaptation, Yang Chun was also a little curious. He didn't know how long Yang Lan and Yang Lan had stayed here after ascending. Anyway, there was no shadow of the siblings among the group of people who were cultivating. They must have left for the Xiantian sect. The next thing would be a bit fun. From the center of ascension to here, it was at least 1,000 miles away. As they continued forward, they saw a bustling town in the distance. It seemed to be a cauldron of voices. Yang Chen's family went directly to the town. As soon as they entered, they were immediately surrounded by a group of enthusiastic people. Except for Yang Chen, all the women were vigilant. This was the spiritual world, any kitten or puppy was a master. Now so many people were surrounding them. What were they trying to do? Ha 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 ha! The alert expressions of the women caused the people around to laugh wildly. However, everyone just laughed in a circle and did not continue to approach. All right, don't scare the younger generation. Someone finally spoke. The laughter around them finally subsided a little and gradually quietened down. Don't be afraid, we are all disciples of various sections. The owner of the voice finally appeared. It was a middle-aged man who looked very easygoing. Which sect are you from? Find your own sect's disciples to receive you. We will take you to your own sect. They are all from the Tao sect. You don't have to look at the demon sect and the demon sect. Another voice called out. Immediately, the number of onlookers decreased by more than half, and the remaining people stood sparsely in the surroundings. Who are the Taishanmen? Disciples of Blue Cloud sect, come here. The Green Jade Immortal Island is here. 5 Elements sect. Qiankuan sect is looking for me. The group of people introduced themselves one after another, and the women's nervous hearts finally relaxed. Only then did they realize that the places that looked like shops in the town all had big signboards on the doors, and the name of the sect was written on them. These people were the disciples of the sect who had come to receive the disciples of their own sect in the mortal world. They had been on duty here all year round. When they saw a newcomer, they would rush forward immediately. Watching the newcomers getting nervous was one of their bad interests, and they would never get tired of it. Yang Chun and the girls naturally couldn't escape this calamity. Now that everyone had laughed enough, it was time to get down to business. Hearing someone say the name of their own sect, the eyes of the women suddenly looked at Yang Chun. On one side was the sect, and on the other side was their husband. No matter what, their husband had to nod his head. Yang Chun didn't hesitate at all and nodded directly. The women then went to the seniors of their own sect to greet them. Just now the seniors said that they were all disciples, but in the eyes of the women, they were all seniors, and the etiquette must not be less. After each of them reported their name, Shi Shanshan, Sun Qingxue, Shi Wushuang, and the Murong sisters were immediately taken by the seniors of their respective sect to the post house of their own sect. Only Yang Chun and Gao Yugong Sunling were left at the scene. They didn't hear the voice of Chunyang Palace, nor did they see any seniors of Chunyang Palace. With a slight sigh, Yang Chen didn't say much. The small sect was like this. Even if Chunyang Palace had made a big situation in the mortal world over the years, when it came to the spiritual world, it was still a duckweed without any foundation. Even if the head of the palace had already ascended before, they still didn't have the strength to open a post house here. Which sect are you from? Are you a rogue cultivator? Before the women left, they first looked at Yang Chen, which naturally attracted the attention of those around them. Seeing that Yang Chen and the two women didn't move, someone immediately asked curiously, "Hello, seniors, the three of us are from Chunyang Palace." Yang Chen was now very sweet. He first greeted the seniors, and then answered the question. Sure enough, this attitude made people very happy. The person who asked the question immediately began to give enthusiastic advice. "Oh, there is no one from Chunyang Palace here to receive you. It seems that you have a good relationship with those girls. You can find one of them first, and then slowly find your seniors. It is difficult to gain a foothold in the spiritual world without a foundation. You might as well make use of these relationships. Cultivators don't have to pay so much attention to it. As for Chunyang Palace, I vaguely remember that a few people from Chunyang Palace came up a few years ago, but I don't know where they went." "Thank you, senior." The person was kind enough to give advice, and the idea was not deceptive. Yang Chen certainly had to be grateful, and immediately thanked him again. "You don't have to thank me." The man waved his hand, turned around and left, but he didn't forget to leave a few words. "Don't look at this peaceful place. Out of this place, you have to rely on your real ability to eat. You are on your own." If it was anyone else, it was estimated that they would accept this person's kind advice. After all, they had just ascended to the spiritual world and were unfamiliar with the place. The feeling of having an acquaintance to take care of them would be completely different. But Yang Chen was completely different. With the memory of his previous life, how could he not know the cruelty of the spiritual world? When it came to familiarity with the spiritual world, Yang Chen was no less than anyone here. He could escape the pursuit of the Xiantian sect in the spiritual world. Yang Chen didn't rely on luck. "A Yu, a Ling, let's go." Watching the other women enter their sect one by one, Yang Chen called Gao Yu and Gong Sunling and walked to the end of the town street. Chapter 15-16. Not many people from the big sect would care about people like Yang Chen who had no roots in the spiritual realm. Even if Yang Chen was famous in the mortal world, he wouldn't be able to do much without the support of the sect in the spiritual realm. In the end, he could only find a sect that he could rely on to settle down and slowly develop. This was also a characteristic of the spiritual realm, and it was a rule that newcomers had to learn after coming up. In fact, there was also such an invisible rule in the mortal world, but it wasn't as obvious as in the spiritual realm. However, disciples from the big sect would definitely have an advantage. This was the same everywhere. Shi Shanshan, Sun Qingxue, Shi Wushuang, and the Murong sisters all saw this scene, but they didn't say anything, nor did they plan to stop Yang Chen and Gao Yugong Sunling. Although each of their sect could give Yang Chen great protection, they also knew their husband's pride, and he would never accept such charity. There was another reason, and that was Yang Chen's familiarity with the spiritual realm. Even if Yang Chen didn't say too much, the women were all people around him, and they had a clear feeling. Even if their husband was in the spiritual realm, he would still be able to make a name for himself. Even if it wasn't good, their husbands still had the elixir formula and elixir pills for the prolongation pill. There were also experts who were at the end of their lifespans in the spiritual realm. As long as their husband's reputation spread, who knew how many experts would come to ask for elixir pills? With Yang Chen's methods of playing with the big sect in the mortal world, would they be afraid that he wouldn't be able to deal with a few experts? There was no way out of the town, and if they wanted to go somewhere, they could only rely on flying swords. This wasn't a problem for Yang Chen and the others. Yang Chen directly summoned the flying shuttle and left with his two wives. Not long after Yang Chen and the others left, a group of experts rushed out of the town and looked at each other in dismay. They were all from the four great sects. They had just learned from their newly ascended female disciples that Yang Chen, the strongest fifth-grade alchemist in the mortal world, had also ascended and left not long ago. In the mortal world, he was a powerful fifth-grade alchemist. Which sect didn't want to rope him in? In particular, there was the longevity-extending pill, a heaven-defying pill that had never been heard of before. It was simply enough to drive people crazy. Such a star of the future had actually missed an opportunity right under their noses. How could they not lament? The female disciples of the four great sects were either Yang Chen's wives or concubines, so there was always a little bit of intimacy between them. The people in other sect were a little lost. If they had known this earlier, they would have taken care of Yang Chen, instead of letting him fend for himself as usual. However, these disciples were still competent. When they personally took the newly ascended female disciples back to the sect, they also brought back the news of the ascension of the fifth-grade alchemist master in the mortal world. Soon, the major sect began to search for the whereabouts of Yang Chen's family of three openly and secretly. "Husband, where are we going?" They had just arrived in the spiritual world. For the environment here, Gao Yu and Gong Sunling were in the dark and they didn't know anything. Gao Yu looked at Yang Chen, who did not hesitate to find the right direction to fly at high speed, and asked curiously, "I'm going to meet with the master of the palace." Yang Chen explained with a smile. As early as before the ascension of the palace master, Yang Chen told them some things about the spiritual world. He also had suggestions for the placement of the palace master after their ascension, so it was not difficult to know their possible foothold. "A Ling, can your mountain river geographical map add a world?" After answering Gao Yu's question, Yang Chen turned to Gong Sunling and asked, "If you can add the mountain river geographical map again now." "Yes, husband." Gong Sunling gave Yang Chen a very gentle answer. In fact, as early as the beginning of adapting to the spiritual pressure refining magic weapon, Gong Sunling found that the mountain river geographical map had changed a little. In addition to the mountains and rivers of the mortal world, there was also a new blank space, showing only a very small point. Obviously, she had not set foot in too much of the spiritual world. The mountain river geographical map was worthy of being a magic weapon carefully refined by the Dragon Clan to be handed down. When it reached the spiritual world, it automatically added a new world. If there was no accident, Gong Sunling could use the mountain river geographical map to launch the power of the mortal world at any time to attack and defend. Such a powerful magic weapon, coupled with Gong Sunling's real second-grade human immortal cultivation base, made her have the capital to settle down when she just ascended to the spiritual world. Of course, if Gong Sunling was willing, she could use the mountain river geographical map at any time and anywhere to gang up on the masters who had also passed the wind tribulation. Thousands of masters ganged up on an opponent, and it was still a group fight. Thinking about it was a bit bullying. Gao Yu did not say anything else. The water and fire dragon horn flying sword plus the Emperor's Qi, at least the masters below the earth immortal could not take advantage of Gao Yu, who had been tempered by the wind tribulation. If you count the super magic weapon protective armor with more than 100 tribulation spirits that Yang Chen handed over to Gao Yu, who was below the earth immortal third-grade human immortal, could walk sideways. In the flying shuttle, Yang Chen was lying comfortably on the soft couch, holding his wife in each hand, and softly explaining some things about the spiritual world to them. Already in the spiritual world, there were some things that he was not afraid to say. The two women were very comfortable with their heads on the arms of their husband, and their whole body was attached to his side, enjoying the love of their husband, and their faces were full of satisfaction. Yang Chen pointed out that there were two temporary footholds for the master of the palace. Relatively speaking, they were relatively hidden, but at the same time, there were strong spiritual veins, which were enough to support several good places for them to cultivate. The really suitable place, with the strength of the master of the palace who had just ascended, was not enough to reach it. They had to wait for Yang Chen to come up and build it himself. However, when Yang Chen and the others arrived at the first location, they only saw a scorched earth. This place had already experienced a very cruel battle and had been destroyed beyond recognition. Seeing this situation, the faces of Yang Chen and Gao Yu and Gong Sunling immediately changed. Gao Yu and Gong Sunling's eyes were all focused on Yang Chen's face. "Husband, this. It's okay, there is another place." Yang Chen saw the destroyed scene, and his heart had already surged with anger. However, he did not vent in front of his wife, but calmly said, "Let's go over there and see." Yang Chen chose these two locations to recommend to the master of the palace because these two places were relatively hidden. In his previous life, Yang Chen once cultivated in these two places to avoid the pursuit of the profound heaven sect. He did not expect to find a place that was discovered and destroyed. After arriving at the second location from here, Yang Chen's face was already very ugly. In the second location, there were also obvious traces of battle. The predecessors who ascended before Chunyang Palace obviously had an accident. Chapter 15-17. The two women were stunned. What was going on here? Everyone had a bad feeling in their hearts. It has been hundreds of years since the head of the palace and the others ascended. Such a long time was enough for some accident. Somewhat surprisingly, the traces of the battle here were not a long time ago. According to Yang Chen's speculation, it was only more than 10 years ago. In other words, this battle took place more than 10 years ago. Yang Chen squatted down and carefully explored the traces of the battle little by little, trying to find some clues from here. However, obviously, his plan failed. He could only see that it was a few masters of the earth immortal level. Other traces were all covered up and nothing could be seen. Gao Yu and Gong Sunling were not idle either. They both tried to see something from it. It was a pity that they were even more unfamiliar with the spiritual world, and it was even more difficult to find anything. Just when they were anxious, they suddenly saw a faint smile on Yang Chen's face. "Husband, what did you find?" Gao Yu immediately asked, and Gong Sunling's attention was also attracted, and she quickly flashed to Yang Chen's side. "Nothing." Yang Chen smiled somewhat inscrutably, and suddenly called out to a seemingly unremarkable sapling outside the battle circle, "Old Gui, how long are you going to watch?" The two women were stunned, although there was also a surprise in their eyes. The old Gui that Yang Chen called, apart from Elder Gui Shanyu who had already ascended, who else could it be? "I knew I couldn't hide it from you." Sure enough, the familiar voice of Gui Shanyu sounded in everyone's ears, and then the sapling that seemed to have just sprouted began to change rapidly. After a while, a humanoid Gui Shanyu appeared in front of the three of them. "Only you? What about the head of the palace and the others?" Yang Chen's current spiritual awareness had reached the 5th grade of the Earth Immortal, plus the powerful technique of the Three Purities secret art. Yang Chen did not find any trace of other people. As soon as Gui Shanyu came to the front, he immediately asked, "They are in another place. My doppelganger has been waiting for you here for more than 10 years. The Gui Shanyu in front of him was not the real Gui Shanyu. Instead, it was a clone that Gui Shanyu had created using the clone art. But the doppelganger and the main body have a conscious connection. When they see Yang Chen here, they also know the news that Yang Chen and Gao Yu Gong Sunling have appeared. At this time, there was no benefit in staying here and saying anything more. Even Gui Shanyu, who had always been valiant, showed a forbearing look and used the capital he had in the 100,000 mountains to hide his tracks. Presumably, there were still experts monitoring here. "If there is anything to say, leave first." Yang Chen quickly summoned the shuttle, then put everyone in, plunged into the ground, randomly found a direction, and quickly left. What happened? After the rapid transmission of the underground, at least 10,000 miles away, Yang Chen came out of the ground and asked Gui Shanyu. "It's a long story." Gui Shanyu let out a long sigh and began to speak. Speaking of which, after the ascension of the master of the palace and several elders, it was extremely smooth at first. With the guidance of Yang Chen, they did not behave so arrogantly. Although they did not escape a small punishment, it was only more than 10 years before they left the reception town together and rushed to the first place that Yang Chen pointed out. The terrain there was hidden, and there was a hidden spiritual vein. It was indeed a good place for seclusion and cultivation. Yang Chen's choice was very correct, but for the master of the palace and others, it was not so suitable. In the previous life, Yang Chen was chaste. When he came to the spiritual world, he must find a secret place to hide and cultivate alone. In this case, Yang Chen's pursuit was bound to be reclusive, and even if he did not go out for more than 100 years, he would naturally not be discovered. However, the master of the palace and others did not come up to avoid the pursuit of the enemy, but to lay down the foundation of the Chunyang Palace. Naturally, they could not live in seclusion. After arriving at the site, after some time, they immediately began to explore the surrounding terrain, wanting to build a simple mountain gate of the Chunyang Palace. The founder of the Chunyang Palace had ascended for a long time, but he was alone and did not leave any foundation. Now it was obvious that there would be more and more disciples of the Chunyang Palace who would ascend in the future. They had to contribute more and let the younger generation disciples have a place to go. It couldn't be said that the idea of the master of the palace was wrong. Since they had ascended, they had to leave something for the future generations of disciples. Otherwise, when they came up and there was still a blank space, wouldn't it seem that the predecessors were incompetent? However, they were a little too eager, and the place chosen by Yang Chen was hidden enough, but it was on the edge of the other sect. The master of the palace, who had just arrived, did not understand this. When they explored around and found that there were no other sect within thousands of miles, they planned to take root here. Their actions soon attracted the attention of the owner of the site. To say that they were the owner of the site, strictly speaking, it was not completely in line. This place was originally on the edge of the Cheeman sect's site, and it could even be said to be on the periphery. If it was the Profound Heaven sect, Blue Cloud sect, and Green Jade Immortal Island sect who came to occupy a small place to establish a small mountain gate, those guys from the Cheeman sect would never dare to say anything. Except for the former founder of the Chunyang Palace, no one had ever ascended. Not to mention that their reputation was not obvious, there were only 10 little guys who had just ascended. If they did not take advantage of this, how could they live up to the cruel reputation of the spiritual world? Naturally, the small Chunyang Palace had become a target for the Cheeman sect to bully the weak and fear the strong. A master of the first grade of the Earth Immortal came up with more than a dozen 7th-grade human Immortal juniors and asked the people of the Chunyang Palace to pay protection fees. They were purely looking for trouble. Even if the master of the palace wanted to swallow his anger for the sake of the foundation of the sect and wanted to spend money to eliminate the disaster, the other party could still find various reasons to bully them. As a result, the small Chunyang Palace immediately gave the guys of the Cheeman sect a lot of surprises. Not to mention anything else, just Ho Yun and Gui Shanyu seriously injured 3 7th-grade human Immortal masters. Even the first grade of the Earth Immortal guy did not get a good result. He was hit by Ho Yun a few times and fled. This time, the people of the Chunyang Palace were like poking a hornet's nest, and the masters of the Cheeman sect immediately began to persevere in their pursuit. After the master of the palace resisted several times, the other party dispatched a 4th-grade Earth Immortal master, and they could no longer resist and could only escape. The second place, where Gui Shanyu's clone was waiting, could not hide for a long time. After hundreds of years, they were discovered by the people of the Cheeman sect and chased again. After a fierce battle, the master of the palace was injured and was forced to flee again. Gui Shanyu left an extra eye at the time and left a clone to wait for Yang Chen here. Cheeman sect. Yang Chen chewed the name of the sect in his mouth and snorted coldly. After talking for so long, their people should come. Chapter 15:18. There is a fool who has been watching over there. He thinks that I don't know that he has found me. The old tree demon nodded with a smile. He just sent a message. Now their people are within 100 miles. When the old tree demon was in the yuanying stage, he hid in the Shirwan Mountains, and many powerful guys could not find him. His hiding skill was first class. Over the years, his cultivation had increased greatly, and this skill had gone to a higher level. Even in the spiritual world, he was still an outstanding person. In this case, how could the old tree demon still let the other party find his trace? It was obvious that he did it on purpose. When Yang Chen found the old tree demon, he also found the guy who had been secretly watching the old tree demon. The guy in the dark thought that he had hidden very well, but he did not know that his clumsy technique was as dazzling as the bright moon in the dark night in the eyes of Yang Chen and the old tree demon. How could they not find him? Such a situation could only explain one thing. The old tree demon deliberately kept this guy, waiting to lure out the big fish behind. Although the Chunyang Palace was temporarily at a disadvantage, they did not suffer a loss on the whole. This could be seen from the fact that the guy had been hiding and did not dare to attack the old tree demon. He must have been taught a lesson by the old tree demon. Of course, the other party may also have the purpose of killing them all, so a simple old tree demon could not make them determined to use a strong force to kill him. Now the appearance of Yang Chen and the two women had drawn out the old tree demon, which also gave the other party a chance to take action. One person was not worth fighting, but 4 people were different, especially 3 of them were rookies who had just ascended. For the Chunyang Palace, they could not afford such a loss. Heaven does not disappoint those who are willing. Sure enough, they have arrived. An arrogant and overbearing voice came from afar. The person was still 10 miles away, but the voice had already sounded in advance. The people of the Chunyang Palace, who is it this time? Is it that bastard Yang Chen? Someone dared to call their husband a bastard. Although Gao Yu and Gong Sunling did not speak, their raised eyebrows had fully shown the anger of the 2 women. Yang Chen was a little surprised. According to reason, he had just arrived and did not have any hatred with the people of the spiritual world. How could someone target him like this? Listening to this, the other party was not aiming at the Chunyang Palace at all, but at himself. Who was this guy? After thinking about it, it could only be an enemy in the mortal world. In the mortal world, Yang Chen had offended a lot of people, not to mention far away, the Zhao family, the greatest heaven sect were all possible, even Chu Yulong who was sent by Ho Yun to ascend. The other party called Yang Chen a bastard, not for Yang Chen's elixir. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to have such an attitude. At this moment, Yang Chen couldn't guess it. Anyway, the other party was within 10 miles and would arrive soon. Yang Chen was too lazy to think about it, so he stood in place and waited quietly. It's really hard to endure these years. The old tree demon was already rubbing his hands next to him, and his face was full of expectation. It seemed that he had been depressed for a long time. When he was in the mortal world, it was the most comfortable to follow Yang Chen. There was no need to consider the consequences of killing and arson. After ascending, he was bound by the master of the palace. For the overall situation of the sect, for the safety of his companions, how could it be as refreshing as when he followed Yang Chen? Now Yang Chen was by his side, and he had no intention of escaping. It was obvious that he was going to have a big fight. How could the old tree demon not be excited? The speed of the other party was very fast. After a few breaths, Yang Chen saw the figure. There were a total of 6 people, plus the one who had just appeared here. All 7 people were here. The highest cultivation base was the 8th grade human immortal, and the lowest was the 5th grade human immortal. Are you Yang Chen? The leader was a young scholar who looked very elegant. Even if he was rushing, he still maintained an elegant demeanor. When he saw Yang Chen, his eyes immediately narrowed, as if he had guessed the identity of Yang Chen from the 2 women next to Yang Chen. He suddenly asked, "Xiantian sex Zhu Yixian?" A playful smile flashed on Yang Chen's face. He looked at the elegant young man and suddenly asked, "Do you know me?" Zhu Yixian, whose name was called, was startled, and his eyes suddenly became fierce. As far as he knew, Yang Chen had just ascended. How could he know his name? Zhu Yixian would never think that Yang Chen knew him because of the memory of his previous life. In his previous life, when Yang Chen was hiding in the spiritual realm, Zhu Yixian was among the people who chased Yang Chen in the Xiantian sect. There was a period of time when Zhu Yixian was still the main force in chasing Yang Chen, forcing Yang Chen at that time to have no way to go. However, in his previous life, when Yang Chen was chased by Zhu Yixian, it was a matter of 1,000 years later. Zhu Yixian did not have the strength of an earth immortal at that time. Although she could already bully the newcomers who had just ascended, it was not enough in Yang Chen's eyes. Although Yang Chen did not hate Zhu Yixian as much as Yang Lan, he would not let this kind of accomplice go easily. Especially in his previous life, the Xiantian sect treated the pursuit of Yang Chen as a mission to hone their disciples. Zhu Yixian even used the mentality of a cat playing with a mouse to enjoy the process of chasing Yang Chen. Yang Chen could endure being chased, but he couldn't stand being played. Since he encountered it in this life, it was just the right time to solve the vexation in his memory. So, the backer of Chiman's sect is the Xiantian sect? Yang Chen did not intend to answer Zhu Yixian's question at all, but asked another question. Yes, so what? Chiman's sect listens to this young master's orders. At this time, Zhu Yixian did not have the achievements of young Master Yixian in his previous life, and his performance was really arrogant. I'm not afraid to tell you the truth, those things in your Chunyang palace were all arranged by this young master. If you are sensible, take the initiative to break the engagement with Fairy Junkie, then this young master can let you live. Otherwise what? Yang Chen asked very cooperatively this time, so that young Master Yixian could successfully perform his prestige incisively and vividly. Otherwise, this young master doesn't mind making Fairy Junkie a widow first, and then have dual cultivation with her. Zhu Yixian raised his chin and rushed at Yang Chen. He didn't think that Yang Chen had any possibility of making a comeback in this situation. He was just a newly ascended rookie. Even if he was a supreme master in the mortal world who ascended, he would only be at the 2nd or 3rd grade of the human immortal. How could he compete with Zhu Yixian, who was at the 8th grade of the human immortal? Not to mention, Zhu Yixian was not alone. There were 6 of them, and each of them had a higher cultivation than Yang Chen's side. In such a situation, he believed that the annoying kid in front of him should know how to choose. Chapter 15-19. Everyone in Chunyang Palace had now completely understood that the oppression suffered by the experts of Chunyang Palace was simply caused by this guy in front of them for Fairy Junkie. Tao Junkie was the first one among Yang Chen's wives and concubines to ascend, so she should be the one with the highest cultivation now. With the 7th grade pure Yin True Fire as her natal True Fire, coupled with Yang Chen's guidance, Tao Junkie's cultivation over the years must be commendable. Otherwise, Zhu Yixian, who was known as young Master Yixian, would not be tempted. Yang Chen had met this guy in his previous life. Young Master Yixian was by no means the kind of guy who would do anything for beauty. Although this guy was usually arrogant and domineering, he also had the capital to be arrogant. He had his own pride. If Tao Junkie was just beautiful, it would be impossible for Zhu Yixian to covet her. Thinking about it, Tao Junkie must have rejected many people because she was already a woman, including this guy. How could the proud young Master Yixian tolerate a disciple of a third-rate sect in the mortal world occupying the most outstanding female disciple of Profound Heaven sect? Naturally, it was inevitable to suppress Chunyang Palace. Although Yang Chen didn't know whether Profound Heaven sect was having a good time now, he could imagine that since Zhu Yixian did not dare to directly use the power of Profound Heaven sect, but instigated Chiman's sect to deal with Chunyang Palace, it was definitely inconvenient for Profound Heaven sect to make a move. With just a few simple actions, Yang Chen could guess a lot of things behind the scenes. Just as he was pondering, Zhu Yixian was already impatient from waiting. The dignified young master Yixian, even in profound heaven sect, was a highly valued talent. Even some elders did not dare to neglect him. Yang Chen, a disciple of a third-rate sect, dared to not put him in his eyes. If this could be tolerated, how could it not be tolerated? Humph! Young Master Yixian just hummed a little sound from his nose, and a follower behind him immediately heard the string song and knew what it meant. He flew out and rushed towards Yang Chen. While he was still in the air, the flying sword had already arrived, slashing toward Yang Chen's head. The moment he made his move, he already had the intention to take his life. There was no room for compromise for the follower. Zhu Yixian, who was standing behind the attendant, only watched without saying a word. He was just a rookie who had just ascended. If he died, then so be it. Would anyone dare to argue with the mysterious heaven sect? When Zhu Yixian thought of Fairy Junkie's cold, elegant, and noble demeanor, and how she never pretended to be polite to her, she felt a burning sensation in her heart. If Yang Chen did not die, Fairy Junkie would never accept him. The strange thing was that the fight had begun, but the 4 people from Chunyang Palace were still standing in the same place, without any intention of moving. If Yang Chen, Gao Yu, and Gong Sunling were newcomers who had just ascended, in the face of the sudden attack of this master, it was understandable for them to be stunned in place. But the old tree demon was a battle formation after all. Even the guy who was secretly monitoring did not dare to make a move easily. At this moment, the same behavior was a bit abnormal. Be careful. The companion who was responsible for monitoring the old tree demon only had time to shout this sentence, and then there was no more chance to save the situation. Whoosh! Just when the flying sword was about to hit Yang Chen's head, Yang Chen finally moved. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the blade of the flying sword. The high-speed flying sword instantly stopped like a fish in a net, and was tightly held in Yang Chen's hand. The sharp flying sword did not cause any damage in Yang Chen's hand. On the contrary, it suddenly seemed to be out of the control of its master. With a swing of Yang Chen's arm, it was lifted high and slammed into the face of the attendant who was rushing over. Pa! A crisp sound came from the attendant's face. The attendant, who was in the air, had not yet landed on the ground, but made a neat and difficult action of turning 3,600 degrees in the air. With a clear mark of the sword hilt on his face, he spun and fell far away without a sound. This scene happened so fast that the people on Zhu Yixian's side had no time to rescue him, and even before they had the idea, their companion had been hit. If it was Yang Chen who used his own magic weapon to hit the person, everyone would not be so shocked. The problem was that the thing that Yang Chen used to hit the person was clearly the companion's own life flying sword. When could his own flying sword be so easily controlled by others, and also attack the original owner without any hindrance? Yang Chen's strength was so great that under the heavy slapping sound, the sound of the attendant's skull breaking could not be covered. It was precisely because of this that the attendant did not say a word, and a blow had already made him unconscious and seriously injured. Was this a newcomer who had just ascended? It should be known that even if the attendant's cultivation was not as good, he was still a 6th-stage human immortal. In the face of a newcomer, Yang Chen, who was at most a 3rd-stage human immortal, and it was a preemptive strike, he was actually so easily caught by his own life flying sword. How was this possible? However, no matter how impossible it was, the fact happened in front of them. In addition to making Zhu Yixian's group drop their jaws, the 4 people of Chunyang Palace stood in the same place as if it was just a trivial matter. They did not move at all, as if such a shocking scene was supposed to happen. The sluggishness was only for a moment. Standing opposite Yang Chen, even the one with the worst cultivation base, was also the one who had been fighting in the spiritual world for hundreds of years. How could they not know what would happen if they were in a daze in the battle? The remaining 5 people immediately launched their magic weapons. Regardless of the consequences, they attacked Yang Chen. The old tree demon laughed and took the lead to stop one. Gao Yu and Gong Sunling were no exception. 2 beautiful figures flew out together, followed by another 2, leaving only Zhu Yixian and another companion of Qimen's sect to Yang Chen. Perhaps it was because the old tree demon had been bullied by masters for hundreds of years, so the old tree demon did not show much fierce combat power. This time, with Yang Chen, the old tree demon seemed to have a backbone, and he used a killing move as soon as he came up. Boom! He also took the opponent's magic weapon head-on, and counterattacked with a series of backhand. The roaring sound was endless. The old tree demon's pair of fists, carrying the power of a mountain, quickly fell on the opponent's body. Seemingly wanting to vent out the pressure he had been suppressing for the past hundreds of years, old Tree Yao showed no mercy. With just a few attacks, his opponent sprayed out mouthful after mouthful of blood. That was accompanied by the sounds of several magic treasures and bones breaking. The guy facing Gong Sunling was very experienced in combat. Even in the face of a newcomer who had just ascended, he did not relax his vigilance. The flying sword was controlled in the best range and mercilessly stabbed toward Gong Sunling's heart. Gong Sunling's face smiled, she clenched her small fist, like her husband, and punched the tip of the sword. Chapter 1520. You dare to touch my flying sword with your bare hands? Gong Sunling's opponent was delighted. His natal flying sword had been refined for a long time and was extremely sharp. Not to mention the body of a little human immortal, even an earth immortal or heaven immortal could not block a blow from his flying sword. However, the result of the collision of the fist and the sword was not as expected by Gong Sunling's opponent. Before the sharp tip of the sword could touch Gong Sunling's skin, it was blocked by an unknown resistance and could no longer move forward. If that was the case, it would be a draw. The problem was that the power of Gong Sunling's fist was far more than that. After seemingly blocking the flying sword, an earth-shattering force hit the tip of the sword. Boom! Gong Sunling's opponent had carefully refined the super flying sword for thousands of years and thought that it was invincible. In the face of this destructive force, it was directly broken into pieces. The owner of the flying sword was still in the air, but his whole body was shaken and blood began to gush out of his mouth like a waterfall. Gong Sunling did not just throw a simple punch. In this punch, there was the power of the entire Mountain River geographical map. At this moment, the powerful advantage of the Mountain River geographical map, which had integrated several huge spaces, was revealed. The Mountain River geographical map itself was the treasure of the Dragon Clan. After so many years of sacrificial refining by so many experts, and even with the help of Li Cheng's optimization, it was enough to withstand the attack of a magic weapon stronger than this flying sword. In addition, it mobilized the power of several real spaces. Needless to say, the weight of these real spaces alone was enough to crush hundreds of such flying sword. Yang Chen used the power of his bare hands, and of course, Gong Sunling followed her husband to show his power. Not only did she smash the flying sword with one punch, but the power of the punch did not diminish and bombarded the body of the expert. His opponent, who was already spurting out blood, was instantly turned into a meat patty in the air. After flying back for a while, his body finally couldn't bear the terrifying force and began to fall apart. However, the strength of the attack did not decrease because of this. So, the corpse that had already been split into pieces split again. In the end, an expert directly turned into a mist of blood. Gao Yu's opponent was even more unlucky. As soon as he rushed up, he suddenly realized that he seemed to be trapped in a quagmire. His whole body had a kind of binding feeling, and he couldn't use his strength. If that was all, it would be fine. What was even more terrifying was that when his magic treasure was about to reach Gao Yu's side, the beautiful tight-fitting armor on Gao Yu's body suddenly shone brightly. This armor was originally refined by Li Cheng for Yang Chen. It was a super magical treasure that had been refined by gathering more than 100 magical treasures from the Taishanmen that had super spirit. More than 100 super spirits, all crossed the tribulation, and later helped Yang Chen refine the entrance to the Immortal Executioner's platform. In the process of refining the entrance to the Immortal Executioner's platform, more than 100 super spirits themselves were also eye-opening. In addition to their personal experience, they were more or less contaminated with a trace of the power of space, and at the same time, they also carried some of the hostility of the Immortal Executioner's platform. The hostility of killing tens of thousands of immortals also made the whole magic treasure have a strange change. The body was originally a protective magic treasure condensed by a variety of offensive and defensive magic treasures, but it had a very strong offensive power. At close range, as soon as they felt that their master was attacked, more than 100 super spirits immediately began to fight back spontaneously. More than 100 bright lights of various colors surrounded the flying magic treasure like locusts, entangled in the magic treasure, which made people feel creepy. Without feeling anything, Gao Yu's opponent suddenly realized that something was wrong. His own life source magic treasure seemed to be becoming a strange thing, and his control over his own life source magic treasure was weakening. This was not the most terrible thing. The most terrible thing was that when you found out that your own life source magic treasure was trying to attack you in turn, that feeling was really not much better than seeing a ghost. Under the shock of his mind, he saw his own life source magic treasure smashing down on his head. After a lot of effort to avoid the attack of his own magic treasure, before he could suppress the damage of his life source magic treasure, Gao Yu's counterattack had already begun. More than 100 brilliants of various colors suddenly entangled the two thick lights, and surrounded him on both sides. The feeling of horror had not yet subsided, and it was too late to feel these things. The two strange-looking red and blue flying swords had already reached his body. Even if he was already a 7th-grade human immortal, and the protective magic treasure on his body was not known how strong, under the strangulation of the two flying swords, he was as fragile as a piece of paper. After the magic treasure was broken, his body was next. The speed of the two flying swords was extremely fast. When the master felt the pain, he didn't know how many swords had cut his body. What kind of feeling was it to watch one's own flesh and blood fly away piece by piece, leaving only bare bones behind? Not even a painful groan came out. Gao Yu's opponent turned into a living skeleton. The life source magic treasure that had just flown away and had lost control, flew back at some point and smashed heavily on the skeleton, instantly turning a person into a pile of bone powder. Out of the 4 that had rushed over, 2 of them didn't even have their bones left. One of them was either dead or alive, and had been sent flying somewhere. The remaining one was being violently hammered by the old tree demon. Seeing this scene, the 2 remaining people were immediately shocked. When the old tree demon made his move, the guy who had been monitoring the old tree demon from the beginning had already realized that it was not good. He had been in contact with the old tree demon for the longest time, and of course, he knew the fighting capacity of the old tree demon. That was a super strong fighter that could only be suppressed by an Earth Immortal Master. The few human immortals in front of him were not enough to deal with the old tree demon. Seeing that the situation was not good, he was the first to run away. As long as there was life, there was hope. Zhu Yixian never thought that Yang Qin and several people from Chunyang Palace still had the power to fight. She thought that as long as she personally took action, coupled with the suppression of Chunyang Palace by Chimen sect for hundreds of years, even if there were no Earth Immortal Masters around, it would be easy to deal with Yang Qin. Who would have thought that there would be such a result? However, the death of her companion also aroused the anger of Zhu Yixian and the remaining master of Chimen sect. Originally, because of the recent troubles of Xiantian sect, they did not dare to kill Chunyang Palace at the beginning. They just chased them in circles, but after the stubborn resistance of the people from Chunyang Palace, they hid again, and they couldn't even find a trace of them. Now they finally found 4 of them, but in such a situation, how could they not be angry? What made him most angry was the guy who escaped. Before the battle began, he fled. Such a coward, he would teach him a lesson when he went back this time. The current priority was to solve Yang Chen in front of him. Chapter 15:21. It turned out that Zhu Yixian only planned to suppress Yang Chen, let him agree to divorce his wife, and then return to the Profound Heaven sect to occupy Fairy Junkie. Now that so many of his henchmen were dead and injured, how could he care about other things? Under great anger, Zhu Yixian directly broke out with 100% of his strength and went straight to Yang Chen to attack. The henchmen companions around him were even more furious. Several of their companions were killed by the other party. How could they tolerate it? However, anger did not make him lose his mind. The tragic death of his 4 companions made him realize that these people in front of him were definitely not easy to provoke. The old tree demon's reputation was not small and it was not easy to deal with him. The strength shown by Gao Yu and Gong Sunling was far beyond their expectations. Now it seemed that the weakest of the enemies should be the only alchemist, Yang Chen. Don't look at Yang Chen grabbing his companion's flying sword and sending him flying, but in the end, Yang Chen was just an alchemist. From the information they had, each of Yang Chen's wives and concubines was much stronger than Yang Chen. Since Yang Chen could become a 5th-grade alchemist, his energy in alchemy should be far more than in fighting, and his combat power should be insufficient. As long as he joined forces with young Master Yi Xian to capture Yang Chen before the old tree demon and Gao Yu Gong Sunling reacted, there was still a possibility of turning the tables. Otherwise, they could only run away. With young Master Yi Xian's pride, how could he do this kind of thing? How could the arrogant and despotic young Master Yi Xian escape in front of his rival in love without fighting? Letting Yang Chen see a joke, this was worse than death. With such a big loss, there was no other way to save face except to capture Yang Chen. The 2 people's thoughts were the same, and their attacks were very tacit, all aimed at Yang Chen. While attacking Yang Chen, he also had to guard against Gao Yu, Gong Sunling, and the old tree demon, for fear that they would come back in time. What they were worried about did not happen. Perhaps the 2 ladies had little combat experience and had not experienced the cruelty of fighting in the spiritual realm. None of them actually rushed over to save their husbands. On the other hand, old tree demon wasn't in a hurry. He released his opponent with 2 punches and stood at the same place, watching quietly. Not good. After young Master Yi Xian discovered this, a warning sign immediately rose in his heart. Under what circumstances could the 2 women and the old tree demon be so sure? There seemed to be only one situation, and that was when they were completely at ease with Yang Chen. As soon as he became vigilant, young Master Yi Xian's movements were a little slow, and then he watched his 7th-grade human immortal sex dog leg slash Yang Chen's body with a sword. Yang Chen was unscathed, but he swung the flying sword of his former companion and smashed the head of the dog leg into a meat sauce. Young Master Yi Xian's figure was just behind for a moment. Looking at this scene, young Master Yi Xian was almost scared out of his wit. A 7th-grade human immortal expert couldn't even last 1 round in front of Yang Chen, and his life-flying sword had no effect on Yang Chen's body. What kind of terrifying evildoer was this? It was no wonder that Gao Yu and Gong Sunling, the old tree demon, were not in a hurry at all. With such a strong combat power, even young Master Yi Xian himself had an impulse to turn around and escape. As a companion, what was there to worry about? If he wanted to escape at this time, it was obviously a step too late. Yang Chen's figure flew forward, his big hand opened, ignoring the flying sword on his arm, and grabbed young Master Yi Xian's face. His palm, which had become huge because of cultivating the yellow turban strongman body refining technique, directly grabbed young Master Yi Xian's head in his hand and easily picked him up like a chicken. The power coming from Yang Chen's fingers simply made Zhu Yixian collapse. Her head was like an egg that could be crushed by Yang Chen at any time. The sound of her own bones rubbing against each other, and the severe pain made Zhu Yixian clearly realize what kind of situation she was in now. Unfortunately, no matter how Zhu Yixian struggled, she couldn't break free from Yang Chen's hand. The dignified genius disciple of the profound heaven sect, young Master Yi Xian, who had always been arrogant, was being held in the air by Yang Chen in an extremely humiliating posture. In addition to the pain brought by Yang Chen's palm, the humiliation of being unable to resist by Yang Chen was like a heart-devouring python, swallowing his pride and self-esteem little by little. This father has been in the mortal world for thousands of years, and I haven't heard anyone dare to call this father a bastard. Yang Chen's voice clearly passed to Zhu Yixian's ears. Even the Taishaman's sect masterly doesn't dare to call me that. You have guts, even more guts than your sect master in the mortal world, admirable. I, your father, know everything about you. Yang Chen didn't give Zhu Yixian a chance to speak at all. His fingers slightly tightened and pinched the words he wanted to say back into his stomach. I'm not afraid to tell you, the brother who grew up with this father is in your profound heaven sect. A toad like you dares to have ideas about this father's woman, go to hell. After saying this, Yang Chen's hand squeezed down hard. Bang! Zhu Yixian's head only made a sound like an egg being crushed and turned into a mass of meat sauce. Red and white, stained with Yang Chen's hand. Killing people is killing people, why do you have to dirty your hands? Gao Yu's grumbling voice came from the side, and Gong Sunling had already taken out a lot of water from nowhere and began to wash Yang Chen's dirty hands. In the distance, there was a bloody humanoid figure crawling on the ground, lying motionless at the moment, without any breath, as if it was dead. But Yang Chen's voice just now made this pile of flesh and blood twitch slightly, and then it continued to crawl there like a corpse. Great! The old tree demon came over with a smile and said loudly, It's great to follow you, and it's also great to kill people. These years, it's really useless, only this time is the most enjoyable. Let's go, take us to see the head of the palace. Yang Chen stood in the same place, letting Gong Sunling and Gao Yu wash and dry his palms, and then said. Soon, the figures of the four people disappeared in place, and no one knew where they went. After Yang Chen and the others disappeared for 2 hours, the motionless corpse in the distance suddenly sat up slowly. His head and face were full of scars, and after swallowing a medicinal pill, his face was much better. He didn't dare to stay here for long. When he could move, he immediately struggled to leave. The brother who grew up with me is in the profound heaven sect. As he staggered and flew, the bloody man thought bitterly in his mind, Dare to go under cover in my profound heaven sect, your brother is dead. Chapter 1522. Husband, where did you get a brother who grew up with you in the Xiantian sect? When everyone entered Yang Chen's shuttle and flew at high speed, Gao Yu asked curiously. When Yang Chen spoke just now, the two women knew that Yang Chen was talking to the first guy who was beaten by Yang Chen in the distance. With the cultivation of the two women's spiritual awareness, it was simply easy to find that the guy was still alive. In this regard, the old tree demon Gui Shanyu was a grandmaster-level evildoer. The guy's disguise in front of him was like playing with a big axe in front of Lu Ban's door and playing with a big knife in front of Guan Yu. That guy thought that his turtle-breathing divine art could hide from everyone. It was simply the biggest joke in the world. Since everyone discovered the guy's trick, they naturally understood that this was Yang Chen's intention to keep him alive. No one said it at that time, and they cooperated with Yang Chen to play a play. Yang Lan. Yang Chen smiled and said, From the facts, it is not a lie to grow up naked together. It's just that everyone has different ideas when they grow up. Yang Chen's hatred for Yang Lan, the old tree demon, may not know much, but Gao Yu and Gong Sunling could definitely feel it clearly. When he was in the mortal world, Yang Chen did not toss Yang Lan less. After ascending, he did not forget to give Yang Lan some eye medicine on this. They really couldn't understand how Yang Lan offended their husband. If Yang Lan had self-knowledge, it would be more comfortable for him to end his own life. It was conceivable that after that guy escaped back, he would definitely tell some of Xiantian sect's Zhu Yixin's backers, Xiantian sect and Yang Chen's undercover. Under a check, Yang Lan and Yang Chen not only had the same surname, but they were also from the same village. They definitely met the conditions of growing up naked together. At that time, Yang Lan's life would definitely be extremely wonderful. Old Gui, how has the Xiantian sect performed these years? After talking about Yang Lan, Yang Chen no longer paid much attention. No matter how he tossed Yang Lan, Yang Chen would never have any sympathy, nor would he pay any attention. When the time comes, I'll just send him on his way. At this time, Yang Chen was concerned about the situation of the Xiantian sect in the spiritual world. This was related to Yang Chen's revenge plan. At the same time, it was also related to the foundation of Chunyang Palace. He must not be careless. The Black Heaven sect hasn't had it easy these past few years. When Old Tree Demon heard Yang Chen ask about the mysterious Heaven sect, he couldn't help but smile. While answering, he also showed his happiness. The destruction of the Taishanmen naturally affected the profound Heaven sect the most in the spiritual realm. This meant that the powerful mysterious Heaven sect would no longer have any reinforcements from the mortal realm. If this group of experts from the spiritual realm ascended, the mysterious Heaven sect would naturally be annihilated without anyone attacking it. Without the replenishment of new blood, more than half of the sect members would die. From the mouth of the ascended Yang Lan, they learned that the Taishanmen in the mortal world had been exterminated, and the Xiantian sect almost went crazy. The Taishanmen, the leader of the Taoist sects in the mortal world, were actually exterminated. How was this possible? The first reaction of the high-ranking members of the Xiantian sect when they heard the news was that Yang Lan was joking. This was definitely a joke. Who had the courage to deal with the Taishanmen? Which big sect didn't know that the heavenly court was now under the control of the Xiantian sect? If they dared to deal with the Taishanmen, they would be the enemy of the Jade Emperor. Who would dare to deal with the Taishanmen because their heads were too heavy on their necks? If it weren't for those big sect, some second-rate or third-rate sect wouldn't have the strength to deal with the Taishanmen. What they heard next made the high-ranking members of the Xiantian sect want to cry but have no tears. The Taishanmen actually became the public enemy of the world because of the dual influence of the Heaven and Earth Infinite Spirit Suppression Formation and the Devil Heart Sutra Furnace. They were really exterminated. The news from the other sect also confirmed the correctness of the news brought by Yang Lan. However, the other big sect didn't inform the Xiantian sect just to tell them the news, but to denounce them. The Heaven and Earth Infinite Spirit Suppression Formation was not an array that could be researched by the mortal world. There was no doubt about this. What was worse was that this array was researched by the Xiantian sect hundreds of years ago and was even announced. The Xiantian sect researched the Heaven and Earth Infinite Spirit Suppression Formation, and then the Taishanmen in the mortal world arranged this array. Wasn't this too much of a coincidence? It was so coincidental that no one would believe that the Taishanmen's matter had nothing to do with the Xiantian sect. It turned out that the Taishanmen had researched this kind of array to snatch spiritual energy. They didn't dare to use it in the spiritual world and didn't dare to test it, so they deliberately sent it to the mortal world to let the Taishanmen use it to snatch spiritual energy from the world. Sure enough, it was a good plan. In the face of the tide-like pressure from the other sect, the Xiantian sect had to put on a low profile and swear that the sect had absolutely no intention of passing down the array to the mortal world. However, the facts were in front of them. After the sect received the report from the mortal world's ascended disciples, they already had ironclad evidence. How could they allow the Xiantian sect to quibble? The array was researched by the Xiantian sect. It was the Xiantian sect who said that it wasn't suitable to arrange it. However, they turned around and planned to dig up the roots of the other sect. The Xiantian sect didn't do this in the right way. The destruction of the Taishanmen was simply fate. If they didn't destroy the sect, they would be letting down the Xiantian sect's arrangement. All the disciples of the Xiantian sect couldn't explain it clearly. At this time, how could they care about who attacked the Taishaman? They had to first clear their names. In any case, they already knew from Yang Lan that the Taishaman were definitely the public enemy of the world. In addition to the Taishaman disciples, all the other sect members were involved in the destruction of the sect. The unprecedented pressure from the sect and the voices of doubt from all sides made the Xiantian sect act more cautiously. The internal department began to investigate who sent the heaven and earth infinite origin suppression array to the lower realm. Most importantly, they had to thoroughly investigate the expert who could communicate with the young sect Master Li Liheng's spiritual sense cultivation method. If they could find this person, he would naturally be the culprit. Of course, after finding this person, they would never kill him to prove the innocence of the Xiantian sect. An expert who could communicate with the mortal world's spiritual sense cultivation method was definitely a treasure of the sect. Whether it was to strengthen the connection between cultivation and the Xiantian sect in the immortal world, or to wait for the mortal world's Taishaman to be rebuilt, it was an indispensable treasure. The most important thing at present was not to refute the rumors or eliminate the impact of the matter, but to immediately inform the Xiantian sect in the immortal world and let them find a way to rebuild the Taishaman in the mortal world. If this matter was not completed, the Xiantian sect in the spiritual world and the immortal world would be rootless in the future. There would be no new disciples to supplement them, and there would be no new blood. There would be no other way but to wait for death. Chapter 15:23. Relatively speaking, it was easier to send news from the spiritual world and the immortal world. If they sent it up, they only needed to let a master ascend. There were so many great masters in the mortal world of Taishaman who could ascend at any time. Naturally, the spiritual world was no exception. There were also great masters. However, unlike the mortal world, the great masters in the mortal world were only at the human immortal level, while the great masters in the spiritual world were quasi-Xian, immortal peerless masters who surpassed the heaven immortal. Similarly, the immortal world sent news to the spiritual world, which was similar to the method of consciousness clone in the mortal world. Relatively speaking, the immortal world and the spiritual world were only separated by one world, unlike the immortal world and the mortal world, which were separated by two worlds, so the difficulty and cost were relatively low. Soon, a heaven immortal master from the Xiantian sect ascended to the immortal world. As for how the Xiantian sect instructed it, outsiders did not know. What everyone knew was that during this period of time, the Xiantian sect had been very low-key and would not easily have discord with other sects. It seemed that the Xiantian sect was in the wrong, and they were frantically investigating the sect. However, there were also a lot of external investigations. Who knew if the matter of the Taishaman in the mortal world was caused by another sect? It must be known that the heaven and earth infinite suppression formation had been announced to the public by the Xiantian sect. Who knew if it was sent to the mortal world by another sect and then sent to the Taishaman through undercover agents? This was a means for the Xiantian sect to temporarily resist the pressure, but inside the Xiantian sect, the senior officials had basically come to a conclusion. Yang Lan had explained very clearly that the heaven and earth infinite suppression formation was obtained by the young sect master, Li Liheng, from the spiritual world through the spiritual spirit cultivation method. At the same time, he also got the hint of the special formation I. It must be known that even the Xiantian sect had not discovered the special formation I of the heaven and earth infinite suppression formation. How could a little sect master in the mortal world know so clearly that the formation master of the spiritual world could not do it? This could only mean that a mysterious master in the sect had found the mystery and tried to experiment in the mortal world. From the results, Yang Lan and Yang Lan directly went from the gold core stage to the third grade of the human immortal stage, which had proved the existence of the special formation I. However, as long as they did not find this mysterious expert from the sect, the higher-ups of the mysterious heaven sect would not stop investigating. This expert was simply too important to the mysterious heaven sect. They had to firmly grasp him in their hands. Even now, hundreds of years had passed, and the Black Heaven sect was still in a terrible predicament. Fortunately, because the Taishaman had already been exterminated, the other sect was happy to see this happen. They put pressure on the Black Heaven sect because they were afraid that the Black Heaven sect would take revenge in the spiritual realm. Now that the mysterious Heaven sect had taken the initiative to show weakness, everyone naturally couldn't press too hard. As long as the mysterious Heaven sect didn't pursue the responsibility of any sect members and experts who participated in the annihilation of the Taishaman, everything would be fine. Otherwise, the profound Heaven sect would inevitably become the public enemy of the spiritual realm. The upper echelons of the Black Heaven sect knew this very well. They had been keeping a low profile for hundreds of years, as if they had completely forgotten about the annihilation of the Taishaman. Since they never provoked other sect members naturally had no reason to do so. Of course, the Black Heaven sect was by no means the Black Heaven sect. They still had other arrangements. Just like this time, the old tree demon had just learned that the Black Heaven sect was standing behind the Chi Men sect. The Chunyang Palace was being chased because Zhu Yixian had taken a fancy to Yang Chen's concubine, Tao Junki. The reason why the old tree demon could know so much about the Black Heaven sect was because the matter was too big. Even when the people of the Chunyang Palace were being chased, they could occasionally learn some information from some of the people they met. Without waiting for Yang Chen to continue to ask, the old tree demon told him what he knew about the Yang siblings. Although Yang Chen showed disdain for the Yang siblings, since he had dug a hole for Yang Lan like that not long ago, it was not as simple as not paying attention to them. Speaking of which, Yang Lan and Yang Lan were relatively lucky. After the two of them ascended, their own family members knew about their own affairs. The answers of the Black Heaven sect's higher-ups were quite satisfactory. It was just that no one in the higher-ups would have thought that Yang Lan and Yang Lan had already unified their accounts in the mortal world. They even forcibly hypnotized the two of them through Yang Lan's unrestrained demon heart sutra. Even in the face of a heaven immortal master, they would not give wrong answers because of the pressure. According to the agreed routine, the two of them answered seamlessly, and they used the method of 9 truths and 1 falsehood to perfection. Most of them were true, and only at certain critical times were they lies. The higher-ups of the Black Heaven sect never thought that the two juniors would lie in front of them and that they could lie in front of them. According to reason, the news that the Yang siblings brought about the Taishaman was also considered to be meritorious to the Black Heaven sect. However, the two of them did not have a high status in the Black Heaven sect. It was because of their cultivation. The spiritual realm was a world that paid attention to strength, and the strong were respected. Although Yang Lan and Yang Lan had gone through the tribulation and ascended, and they were still masters of the 3rd grade of the human immortal realm, the problem was that their cultivation base was not accumulated day and year by themselves, but through the special formation eye of the heaven and earth infinite essence suppressing formation. In principle, it was the same as Mu Mingyuan's situation in the past. This kind of expert who forcibly increased their cultivation without tempering their state of mind, even if they went to the spiritual realm, it was impossible for them to be very powerful in the early stages. Naturally, their status would not be very high. Especially in a place like the Black Heaven sect, almost all the experts naturally ascended. The status of the Yang siblings was naturally a bit awkward. Fortunately, the sect still appreciated their credit for bringing the news and did not directly demote them to servants. They were still considered official disciples. It was just that in these years they had to go through various kinds of experiences to make up for what they lacked before. Since they were in such a state, naturally, they would not be highly regarded by many disciples of the sect. Strictly speaking, the situation of Yang Lan and Yang Lan could only be said to be neither good nor bad. They were completely incomparable to the young sect master's favorite concubine and number one lackey in the mortal world, but the two did not dare to have any ideas. They could only grit their teeth and resist. However, these were all things of the past. He believed that when the guy who pretended to be dead passed the news back to the Black Heaven sect, Yang Lan and Yang Lan would definitely be warmly taken care of. How could two disciples who did not follow the right path be compared with a popular person like young Master Yi Xian? They were bound to suffer. Listening to the old tree demon's news, Yang Chen also had an understanding of the current situation of the Black Heaven sect. Compared with the Taishanmen, the Black Heaven sect was more powerful. If he wanted to take revenge, it would be more difficult and there was a long way to go. After flying at high speed for a long time, the shuttle finally landed in an area under the guidance of the old tree demon. As soon as he put away the shuttle, Yang Chen found the smell of Wang Yong's Qilin heavenly fire. Chapter 1524. The feeling of the fire seed was not visual, nor was it a sense of smell. It was purely a subconscious and instinctive feeling. The fire seed was over there, and it could be clearly felt. The distance was not far, and Yang Chen was very clear about the specific location. It was hard to say what kind of feeling this was, but Yang Chen knew that this was definitely related to the yin-yang heaven-burning fire and the white fire seed that Li Qing gave him. For the time being, it seemed to be a good thing. At least Yang Chen's sensitivity to the fire seed was increasing day by day. Yang Chen's shuttle was the biggest symbol. Everyone had just stood still, and had not looked around, when they heard a few familiar voices. "You are here. Greetings, Palace Master. Greetings, Master. Greetings, Master Ancestor." The three hurriedly greeted one by one. The figures of the Palace Master, Wang Yong, and Gao Shiyan also appeared in front of them. Seeing the three best disciples of their own sect, several of the original core executives were all gratified, and the smile on their faces almost never stopped. Without saying anything, the Palace Master stepped forward and pulled the three up, and then brought them to their place of residence. This place was actually not a good place to stay. It could barely be regarded as a temporary camp. The Chiman sect was too ruthless, and the pursuit was fierce, so the resting place of everyone was constantly changing. Anyway, there was a connection between the body of the old tree demon and the clone. As long as they found the old tree demon, they could know the whereabouts of everyone at any time. This disciple has dragged down the sect again this time, and let the elders work hard. This disciple can't be redeemed even if I die 10,000 times. Seeing several others, Yang Chen immediately paid his respects. At the same time, he did not forget to take the responsibility on himself, and briefly explained the cause and effect of the matter. Speaking of it, this matter was indeed related to Yang Chen. If it weren't for Yang Chen's woman, Fairy Junkie, everyone would not have worked so hard. However, Yang Chen would certainly not let his own woman take the blame for himself. Everything was naturally carried by himself. "It has nothing to do with you." Palace Master Zhang Jiao was able to distinguish right from wrong. He shook his head directly. "Sometimes people sit at home, things come from the sky, it is not anyone's responsibility. On the contrary, the tempering this time allowed us old fellows to learn a lesson. Elder Gao's injuries aren't looking good, hurry up and take a look." For the time being, the complexion of the head of the palace and the others was still good, but everyone had a little injury on their body. These injuries were not fatal, but it could be seen that they had been through a lot of battles. Apart from Elder Gao, the original core elders were basically all the same. Even Grandmaster Wang Yong was no exception. On the contrary, the old tree demon Ho Yun, Kue Xie Sha seemed to be in good condition. Compared to the other elders, they were clearly much more energetic. The only one who was seriously injured was Elder Gao Shiyan. Speaking of which, Elder Gao was Gong Suanling's ancestor. This time, his injury was very serious. Even though he had used several 5th cycle Lingji mushroom jade pill, he still couldn't completely control the deterioration of the injury. Now Elder Gao could only lie down and cultivate in the Immortal's cave of the Palace Master. Part of the reason why everyone was hiding was because of Elder Gao Shurian. His situation was not optimistic. If there was another fierce battle, Elder Gao was afraid that it would be a disaster. Chunyang Palace originally had no foundation in the spiritual world. Losing another elder was really unaffordable. For the time being, everyone should avoid the sharp edge and wait for Yang Chen to ascend and cure Elder Gao. It was not too late to talk about other things. The medicinal pills that Yang Chen had refined, in addition to the longevity pill, all kinds of other medicinal pills were on the elders. Because of this, when facing the pursuit of the masters of Qi Men sect, they had the capital to fight. The problem was that the spiritual world was the spiritual world. Everyone's cultivation base was raised a lot on average. The medicinal pills that were second to none in the mortal world became less effective in the spiritual world. Elder Gao's injury could almost be said to be very dangerous. He had been in a coma. There was a big hole in his chest that could not be healed. His lower body was almost broken, and there was a big hole in his head. If he was not lucky enough to avoid the brain, he might have already died on the spot. Fortunately, Ho Yun rescued him in time, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. But even so, Gao Shurian was not well, and Ho Yun also suffered a few heavy blows. Fortunately, after Ho Yun cultivated the yellow turban strongman body refining technique, the realm of mountain picking strength was tempered by the heavenly tribulation and truly entered the realm of river turning strength. While the strength of his whole body increased dramatically, his defensive power was also greatly improved, so it did not reach the point of no return. Gong Sunling looked at her grandmaster's appearance, and her eyes immediately turned red. Even though she had already ascended to the realm of human immortal, she still could not calm down in the face of her grandmaster who had cared for her like a family member for thousands of years. "Don't worry, Ling. Have you forgotten Elder Zhou of Yin Yang Demon School?" Yang Chen gently hugged Gong Sunling and gave her words of comfort, then carefully observed Elder Gao's injury. Yang Chen's words made Gong Sunling feel a little relieved. Elder Zhou of Yin Yang Demon School lost a hand and a foot, but Yang Chen still used the longevity pill to let him regrow his limbs. Grandmaster's injury looked serious, but her husband was by her side, so it should not be a big deal. Thinking of this, Gong Sunling also quietly heaved a sigh of relief. Elder Gao's injury was caused by an Earth Immortal expert. The attack was very heavy, but it was not a direct hit. It was estimated that the other people and the protective magic treasure on him had blocked part of the power of the attack. Now it seemed that the injury on his chest was the most serious, and it could not be healed. He could only swallow a 5th revolution Lingji mushroom pill every once in a while to preserve his life. "Be careful." Seeing that Yang Chen was reaching out to touch the wound on Elder Gao's chest, Grandmaster Wang Yong hurriedly reminded him, "There is still residual sword qi in the wound, and it can't be forced out. Once touched, it will act up and aggravate Elder Gao's injury." This was also the reason why Elder Gao's wound could not heal. The sword qi left by an unknown expert had been buried deep in Elder Gao's body, and it might have formed a balance with Elder Gao's body. Once there was an external force, it would immediately activate the sword qi. Most importantly, the power of this sword qi came from Elder Gao's body. Every time the sword qi was activated, Elder Gao's vitality would be released a little. Everyone dared not fight with the experts of Qimen sect because they were afraid of this. Yang Chen's hand hovered in the air for a moment, but then he did not hesitate to touch it. If he did not understand the nature of the sword qi, how could he get rid of it and heal it? Even if this would make Elder Gao weaker, he could not care too much. Qi, a clear sound of sword qi piercing through the air came from Elder Gao's chest, directly piercing towards Yang Chen's arm. Chapter 1525. This time, no one said anything more. After Wang Yong said it, Yang Chen was still like this. Obviously, he had his own ideas. Everyone quieted down and looked at Yang Chen quietly. An almost substantial sword chi, in the full view of the crowd, directly pierced into the arm of Yang Chen. However, Yang Chen's arm did not shake at all. It still maintained the posture just now, as if nothing had happened. He gently stroked the wound of the elder and felt the changes. The eyes of several elders who saw this scene almost stared out. On the contrary, the old tree demon Ho Yun and a few others who came from the monster race seemed to be indifferent. In front of the head of the palace and several elders, Yang Chen had always shown a kind of wisdom in the palm of his hand, as well as a super-enchanting genius in alchemy. On the contrary, in terms of combat effectiveness, he did not show much strength. Everyone was very surprised that Yang Chen could handle the sword chi so easily. This sword chi left by the Earth Immortal Master, once triggered, even the head of the palace or Wang Yong would have to deal with it in a hurry. How could it be as easy as Yang Chen? It was like nothing happened. The old tree demon Ho Yun, Shi Kuei and Xie Sha had personally experienced the horror of Yang Chen. They did not dare to say much. Ho Yun stood in front of Yang Chen. Even if his realm seemed to be higher than Yang Chen, he did not dare to compete with Yang Chen in strength. If at this time, Ho Yun, the old tree demon, could barely walk in front of Yang Chen, Shi Kuei and Xie Sha had already been reduced to a younger brother who was easily abused by Yang Chen. That sword chi could not even hurt Ho Yun, naturally it would not hurt Yang Chen. In fact, even if the sword chi was 10 times more powerful, it could not hurt Yang Chen. Even if Yang Chen did not have the yellow turban strongman body refining technique to protect his body, the result would be the same. The scabbard that Patriarch Lu had left behind to preserve the supreme pure Yang sword chi had already been refined by Yang Chen. Even the supreme pure Yang sword chi could not hurt Yang Chen, much less an earthly immortal level sword chi. This time, it made Yang Chen understand the characteristics of the sword chi. This was a very unique and sinister cultivation technique. The sword chi that was cultivated was like maggots in tarsal bones, attaching itself to the opponent's body. The person who was hit would not die immediately. Not only did the sword chi consume the enemy's yuan chi, but it could also use the enemy's yuan chi to attack others. Usually, it was very difficult for people who were struck by sword chi to survive. After a long period of torment, all their yuan chi would be consumed by the sword chi and they would die. During this period, there was no telling how many people would be injured. It was impossible for an ordinary person to completely remove the sword chi. Unless there was an expert whose cultivation was higher than the attackers, they could use powerful spiritual energy to forcefully remove the sword chi. At the same time, they had to ensure that the injured person had enough yuan chi to use. Otherwise, even if the sword chi was expelled from the body, the injured person would not be able to escape death. Fortunately, it's too late. After checking the wound, Yang Chen also figured out the characteristics of the sword chi, and finally announced the result while everyone was waiting anxiously. The sentence that it was too late suddenly made the palace master and others breathe a sigh of relief at the same time. These days, not only did they have to avoid the pursuit of the Chiman sect, but they also had to take care of Elder Gao. Even the powerful old tree demon Ho Yun was ordered not to fight back, so as not to attract the more powerful masters of the Chiman sect. The reason why they were so embarrassed and worked so hard was that they were afraid that Elder Gao would have an accident. Now they finally waited for this good news. Among the people present, no one's cultivation could be higher than the Earth Immortal Master who cast the sword chi. Therefore, it was obviously not advisable to use super strong spiritual energy to expel the sword chi. The remaining way was to constantly consume the power of the sword chi. Although the sword chi would absorb the vitality of the injured person every time it was stimulated, it would also consume the power of the sword chi itself. As long as the number of times was enough, the sword chi would naturally dissipate. The only thing to worry about was that during this period, Elder Gao would not be able to hold on first, and the vitality of the whole body would be consumed. However, in front of Yang Chen, there was no need to worry about this problem at all. He didn't dare to say anything else. Yang Chen had a lot of longevity pills to supplement his life essence, and he could supplement it to Elder Gao at any time. A 3 revolutions prolonging life pill was sent into the mouth of Elder Gao, and the huge life essence immediately began to supplement the consumption of Elder Gao. In just a while, Elder Gao's face was a lot ruddy. Although he was still in a coma, everyone could see that Elder Gao's condition was much better. Immediately afterward, a 5th-grade Lingji mushroom jade pill appeared in the hands of Yang Chen, and he intended to give it to Elder Gao. Before Yang Chen started, the palace master frowned slightly and asked, "The 5th-grade Lingji mushroom jade pill has been taken a lot, is it useful?" "This one is a little different," Yang Chen explained with a smile, but it was only this sentence. He did not say anything more. He still maintained the previous action and fed it to Elder Gao. The 5th-grade Lingji mushroom jade pill that Yang Chen took out at this time was indeed different from the ordinary Lingji mushroom jade pill in the past. It was also a 5th-grade pill, but this one was refined using the merit and virtue method. Its effect was many times stronger than the ordinary 5th-grade Lingji mushroom jade pill. Such a meritorious medicinal pill had always been refined by Yang Chen to save his life. At this time, it finally came in handy. The next action of Yang Chen made all the people around look at it with horror. After the 2 medicinal pills were given to Elder Gao, Yang Chen began to reach out and press on the wound on Elder Gao's chest, as if massaging to promote blood circulation. The continuous sound of the sword qi breaking through the air almost sounded, and there was no time to stop in the middle. A longevity pill replenished a lot of Elder Gao's life essence, and the power released by the stimulated sword qi was also greatly improved. The power of each sword qi could cut an ordinary human immortal master into 2 pieces. Even Ho Yun, who had nothing to fear, had his expression change when he saw this densely packed sword qi. It was true that the yellow turban strongman body refining technique could block 1 or 2 sword qi, but it was absolutely an extravagant hope to receive so many sword qi in such a short period of time. However, so many sword qi like raindrops were all blocked between Yang Chen's hands. The wound was not big, and Yang Chen's hands easily covered it. All the sword qi fell on Yang Chen's pair of big hands, and then as if it had never appeared, it quickly disappeared without a trace, and no trace could be seen. Such a burst of sword qi lasted for more than an hour, and there were no less than tens of thousands of sword qi bursting out. It had to be said that the cultivation of the guy who did it was indeed strong. Oh! Everyone watched as the sword qi became weaker and weaker, and then they heard Elder Gao's groan. Elder Gao, who had been in a coma for hundreds of years, finally woke up. Chapter 1526. As Elder Gao woke up, the sword qi hidden in Elder Gao's body finally released the last wisp. However, the last wisp of sword qi was also the wisp that was hidden the deepest. At the same time, it was also the one that absorbed the most of Elder Gao's vitality. The sword qi that had almost the power of all the previous sword qi stabbed into Yang Chen's palm. Then, it disappeared without a trace as usual under the watchful eyes of the surrounding people. Yang Chen's hand did not move at all. He still took the sword qi calmly and easily. Then, he pointed at Elder Gao's chest. This sword qi absorbed almost all the vitality in Elder Gao's body. Elder Gao, who just showed signs of waking up, was affected by this and directly fell into a coma again. 99% of the vitality was absorbed by this sword qi. Not to mention Elder Gao, who had been injured for a long time, even a normal expert would have the same result. Everyone was shocked, but they found that Yang Chen had already let out a long breath, and then, he took out another prolonging life pill. The difference from the previous one was that this prolonging life pill was refined with the 5th grade. It was 2 grades higher than the first one, and the effect was definitely different. Yang Chen did not use a higher grade one at the beginning because the absorption of sword qi changed according to the vitality of the injured person. Adding too much vitality would only make the sword qi more powerful, and the damage to Elder Gao would be more serious. The 3 revolutions prolonging life pill provided enough vitality for the sword qi to absorb. The merit Ganoderma mushroom dew pill could protect Elder Gao from death. The next step was the focus of the treatment. The wound on Elder Gao's chest began to slowly close up. The hole on his head also slowly closed up. As for his broken lower body, it was gradually recovering to its original state. Everything was changing at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. The effect of the 5 revolutions prolonging life pill was very amazing. Even though everyone had heard of the power of the prolonging life pill in the mortal world, they still could not help but be amazed when such a serious injury of Elder Gao recovered so quickly in front of their eyes. In the time it took to burn a stick of incense, there were no longer any wounds on Elder Gao's body. Even the scars that were left a long time ago had disappeared without a trace in this short period of time. His entire body was as clean as a newborn baby's. He opened his eyes again. This time, Elder Gao was completely awake. He was not in a daze because of the torture just now. How long have I been lying there? As soon as he opened his eyes, Elder Gao saw Yang Chen. He immediately smiled and asked a question. It's been a few hundred years, old friend. Grandmaster Wang Yong took a few steps forward and replied with a smile. He and Elder Gao had been close friends since they were in the mortal world. With more than 2,000 years of friendship, it was natural for him to address him as an old partner. Yang Chen, it's great that you're here. Elder Gao sat up and slowly moved his arms and legs, which he had not moved for hundreds of years. There was a look of anticipation in his eyes. I know that I have implicated everyone all these years. What should we do next? Everyone's eyes were focused on Yang Chen. When they were in the mortal world, all the core high-level members, including the head of the palace, had been accustomed to Yang Chen's strategy of taking charge of the development of the sect. They were not surprised by Elder Gao's question. Several monster clan masters were even more obedient to Yang Chen. As long as they followed Yang Chen, they could not use too much of their brains. They just had to act without scruples. Yang Chen was the commander, they would never have an opinion. Chunyang Palace cannot be bullied for no reason. Yang Chen's voice slowly said, Taishaman can't, Chiman sect can't. From the time he saw the head of the palace, there was a burning anger in Yang Chen's heart. Especially after seeing the seriously injured Elder Gao, this anger burned to the peak. Just because he had to treat Elder Gao's injury, he had been enduring, until now it began to erupt. Of course, Yang Chen was a sensible person. No matter how angry he was, it was impossible to direct it at his own sect elders and his own woman. So although people heard the words he said with his teeth clenched, they did not see his expression. The simple words made everyone feel refreshed. Except for a few monster clan members, everyone knew that Chunyang Palace was bullied by Taishaman in the past. At the same time, they also understood what role Yang Chen played in the destruction of the Taishaman. To be honest, even the Taishaman were wiped out under the design of Yang Chen. A small vassal of the Xiantian sect, Chiman sect, was not a big deal at all. What should we do? Being seriously injured and lying here for hundreds of years, causing other partners to have to hide. Among so many people, the one who wanted to vent his anger the most was Elder Gao. As soon as Yang Chen said it, he immediately asked. Fortunately, even at this moment, Elder Gao also knew the priorities and knew that the strength of these people on his side was not enough to compare with Chiman sect, which has been developing in the spiritual world for many years, even if Yang Chen was there. Therefore, he added a sentence to remedy it, no matter how long we wait. The head of the palace also had the same idea. Everyone knew that Yang Chen would definitely have a way, but the enemy was powerful, and it was not a matter of overnight. It was not too late for a gentleman to take revenge, let alone a cultivator. In order to deal with Taishanmen, Yang Chen spent hundreds of years to lay out the plan, and finally succeeded in one fell swoop. People who cultivated were not afraid of time. We, Chunyang Palace, have no foundation in the spiritual world. Yang Chen said the embarrassing situation of Chunyang Palace in one sentence. Although those big sects with good relations in the mortal world will be happy to provide a site for Chunyang Palace and develop under their protection, this disciple believes that none of us will want to live under someone else's roof all the time. Everyone listened and nodded silently. These were the words of an experienced person. Although living under someone else's roof could get good opportunities for development, it was a good thing for Chunyang Palace, which had nothing. However, everything had two sides. Since they chose to be covered, from a certain point of view, they had to sacrifice a lot. Then what should we do? Husband. Gong Sunling looked at the serious injury of her master ancestor. It would be a lie to say that she was not angry. Now that everyone sounded a little depressed, she couldn't help but ask eagerly. Let's put aside the problem of the site. I think, at present, we should solve Chimen sect first. Yang Chen looked at Gong Sunling, looked at Gao Yu, and then turned to the four monster clan masters who were staring at him. Suddenly, he laughed. No one can offend Chunyang Palace without paying any price. Chimen sect is the same. In the shortest time, solve Chimen sect. Chapter 1527. Although Yang Chen did not say how to solve Chimen sect, everyone's faces were filled with excitement. Yang Chen never talked nonsense, at least the people in front of him had never heard of it. Since Yang Chen said that Chimen sect should be solved in a short time, it must be solved in a short time. At this time, the master of the palace had time to discuss with Yang Chen about Zhu Yixian's troubles. The connection between the old tree demon's main body and the clone made the master of the palace very clear about what Yang Chen had done. Before, he had no time to discuss this because he had to treat Elder Gao, but now he finally had time. Compared with Chimen sect, the master of the palace was more worried about the profound heaven sect. Think about it, Chimen sect was just a follower of a human immortal disciple of the profound heaven sect, but Yang Chen had already killed young Master Yixian directly. If the profound heaven sect pursued this matter, it would not be an easy thing to deal with. Don't worry, the profound heaven sect will not pursue these things for at least 1,000 years. Yang Chen directly said his judgment to the master of the palace. They have not yet explained the Taishanmen's matter clearly. The death of a human immortal disciple is not enough for them to come out and deal with a few newcomers who have just ascended. Moreover, Junqi is also in the profound heaven sect. She will not sit back and watch the people of the profound heaven sect kill her disciple. This explanation was barely reasonable, but it was not enough to convince people completely. Even if it was not pursued within 1,000 years, after this period of time, when the profound heaven sect recovered, he was afraid that it would be the time to kill the Chunyang Palace. However, the master of the palace never said that his own disciple did something wrong. If it weren't for Yang Chen, he was afraid that the Chunyang Palace would have already belonged to the Taishanmen when they were in the mortal world, and there would be no glory of their ascension. Moreover, to be able to wrestle with the profound heaven sect, it was an exciting feat to think about. Everyone first recuperate, wait for the opportunity, and solve the Chimen sect in one fell swoop. At this time, the one giving the orders was Yang Chen. No one had any objections and followed Yang Chen's instructions. After Yang Chen and the others left, the survivor of Chimen sect finally struggled to get up. He used all the strength in his body and fled in the direction of the sect. When Yang Chen and the others almost saw the head of the palace, the surviving guys also saw the mountain gate of Chimen sect. At this point, he was already on the verge of death. Yang Chen had a good sense of propriety when he attacked. It was as if he had calculated that he would be able to rush back to the sect to say a few words. Young Master Yixian was killed? There's a spy in Xiantian sect who grew up naked with Yang Chen in Chunyang Palace? The sect master of Chimen sect frowned. His face was filled with disbelief as he carefully asked, "Are you sure? Did you hear it wrong?" The elder on duty of the Equal Gate sect looked as if he had lost his parents as he reported the news that his disciple had desperately sent back. When he heard the sect master's question, he hurriedly replied as if he was swearing, "It's absolutely true." That's what this disciple heard. Not only this disciple heard it, but several disciples on duty also heard it. There were a few people who heard it, and the implication was that it was impossible to hear it wrong. The sect master of Chimen sect did not dare to neglect and hurriedly sent the news to Xiantian sect. Young Master Ishian was killed. This was definitely a big event for Chimen sect. In any case, Xiantian sect must know. As for how the Xiantian sect would deal with the matter of Chimen sect's failure to protect young Master Ishian, that was another matter. If it was reported immediately, there would be a glimmer of life. If it was concealed and the Xiantian sect knew about it in the future, there would be no second way for Chimen sect except to destroy the sect. When Yang Chen and the others were still waiting for the right time, the Xiantian sect had already received the news from Chimen sect. Their own disciple was killed. No matter what rank the disciple was, it was a big event. The Xiantian sect had to investigate the cause and effect. The lackeys of Chimen sect did not dare to hide anything. They poured out everything about how young Master Ishian took a fancy to Fairy Junkie, and how he asked them to suppress Chunyang Palace and kill Yang Chen. This matter was also related to another disciple of the Xiantian sect, so they needed to be more cautious. Young Master Ishian was an outstanding junior of the sect, but Fairy Junkie was not bad either. Speaking of which, Zhu Ishian ascended hundreds of years earlier than Tao Junkie. He cultivated to the 8th grade human immortal realm in a few hundred years in the spiritual realm. His aptitude was definitely excellent. However, compared with Fairy Junkie, his achievements seemed to be a notch lower. Even if he ascended hundreds of years later than Zhu Ishian, Tao Junkie's cultivation had already entered the 7th grade human immortal realm. In addition, his natal fire seed was pure true fire. Together with an iron-winged eagle demon pet that cultivated almost the same wood attribute, his cultivation was almost at a rapid pace. After Tao Junkie ascended, he was slightly low-key. Other than abiding by the sect's rules, he usually only came in contact with a limited number of disciples under his master's side. He did not have much contact with others. In the past 200 to 300 years, he even took the initiative to go out to gain experience. He seemed to have gone overseas to cultivate, and he was not in the sect. Zhu Ishian's behavior was despised by some people, even in the Xiantian sect. If he liked Fairy Junkie, he should approach her openly and compete with Yang Chen. He should not play these shameful tricks behind her back. As a dignified Xiantian sect's disciple, he did not dare to compete with a junior disciple of Chunyang Palace openly. It was simply a disgrace to the sect. In particular, Zhu Ishian, who was an 8th grade human immortal, still died in the hands of Yang Chen. It made people shake their heads. His cultivation was higher than his opponent's, but he still died in the hands of his opponent. Apart from being arrogant and despising his opponent, what other reason could there be? If he had to give a reasonable explanation, it would be that someone in his sect leaked the details of Zhu Ishian, right? In the Xiantian sect, it was easy to find Yang Chen's companions who grew up naked. Yang Chen's identity as a 5th grade alchemist had attracted the special attention of many sects. Someone who was about the same age as Yang Chen had recently ascended, and had a relationship with Yang Chen. Apart from Yang Lan and Yang Lan, who else could it be? Yang Lan and Yang Lan, who were working hard to improve their mental cultivation to make up for their lessons in the mortal world, did not know what happened at all. They were taken away by a group of law enforcement hall disciples, and then several law enforcement hall disciples began to interrogate them fiercely about their relationship with Yang Chen. The poor Yang Lan and Yang Lan didn't know why the law enforcement hall disciples were looking for them. When they heard about Yang Chen, they thought that the sect wanted to know more about Yang Chen. The two did not dare to hide it and immediately revealed some of Yang Chen's things in the mortal world. They did not forget to add oil and vinegar to explain how the hateful Yang Chen hated Taishanmen, how he did not know how to appreciate favors, and how he fished for fame. Chapter 1528. In order to let the people in the sect believe how heinous Yang Chen was, Yang Lan did not forget to tell his own painful experience. He was bullied by Yang Chen. Yang Chen even bought some killers at a high price to take his life. Even some people in the sect were bought by Yang Chen to suppress him inhumanely and so on. Yang Lan naturally would not tear down his own brother's stage, and he also relayed the facts. For Yang Chen, the two siblings didn't even need to collude, as long as they told the facts. The more he said, the more Yang Lan found that the faces of the law enforcement hall disciples seemed to be weirder. At this time, Yang Lan was only the lowest disciple of the sect. He did not ascend normally. Even if his cultivation base had reached the 4th grade of human immortal, he had not really become a disciple. Feeling the strangeness of the law enforcement hall disciples, Yang Lan was also puzzled. However, he was not qualified to question anything. He could only add oil and vinegar to increase Yang Chen's crimes. After Yang Lan ascended, the most important thing for the Profound Heaven sect was to learn the cause and effect of the destruction of the sect from his mouth. In this kind of major event, even if Yang Lan was eloquent, it was impossible to closely associate the destruction of the Taishanmen with Yang Chen. The sect would not pay much attention to an alchemist of a third-rate sect. A 5th-grade alchemist was a treasure in the mortal world, but in the spiritual world, the Profound Heaven sect could find a few 7th-grade alchemists at any time. A 5th-grade alchemist was a slag in front of them. Even if Yang Chen was a genius and outstanding, compared with the destruction of the sect, he was equivalent to a grain of dust, insignificant. Yang Lan always thought that he had no chance to cheat Yang Chen in the spiritual world for the time being. Now the people of the law enforcement hall actually asked about Yang Chen. Yang Lan naturally understood that Yang Chen must have ascended. Even the law enforcement hall had to be dispatched. If he didn't take the opportunity to blacken Yang Chen to death at this time, when would he? In the past, Yang Lan's little tricks in the spirit congealing pills were not discovered by the Taishanmen at all. It was a pity that the arrangement was lost. Now that he finally had a chance, Yang Lan did not forget to treat his own arrangement as a suspicion, and he carefully said it. Anyway, no matter what, the black pot of a young sect master who murdered the Taishanmen should be put on Yang Chen's head. As long as the Black Heaven sect was enraged, a mere 5th-grade alchemist would have to obediently wait for death. Of course, Yang Chen knew the great impact of the Taishanmen's annihilation. In addition, Yang Chen did not ascend. No matter how he spoke ill of Yang Chen, it would not help. How could Yang Lan miss the opportunity that was hard to come by? A series of facts and conjectures, one after another, proved that Yang Chen was the archenemy of the Taishanmen. He was a classic example of how to appease the common people if he was not killed. The excited Yang Lan did not notice the strangeness in the eyes of several law enforcement hall disciples. A guy who could make Yang Lan and Yang Lan spare no effort to slander, if this was put in a normal situation, it was definitely something that a life-and-death enemy could do. It was simply a posture of being beaten to the ground, stepping on a foot, and then abusing to death. The problem was that what the law enforcement hall wanted to know now was whether Yang Lan and Yang Lan had a closer relationship with Yang Chen. From Yang Lan's confession, they could be sure that Yang Lan, and Yang Chen were from the same village. This was very consistent with the fact that Yang Chen said that he grew up from a small butt. The more Yang Lan and Yang Lan said that Yang Chen was heinous, the more they were enemies of the Taishanmen. In this case, the more the people in the law enforcement hall suspected that this was deliberately fabricated by the Yang Lan and Yang Lan in order to create an illusion of irreconcilable hostility with Yang Chen. The more they slandered Yang Chen, the more people suspected that they were just covering up their relationship with Yang Chen. The time of Yang Chen's departure from the reception town and the time of Zhu Yixian's accident have been investigated by the people of the Profound Heaven sect. If calculated from the time, Yang Chen, Gao Yu and Gong Sun Ling were on the road almost non-stop to catch up with that time point. There was no investigation of who had contact with Yang Chen after that. That was to say, Yang Chen had no opportunity to learn about the situation of the Xiantian sect from the mouth of others. However, Yang Chen called out Zhu Yixian's name when he had never seen Zhu Yixian, and he seemed to be very familiar with her. This could not help but make people doubt whether someone really sent a message to Yang Chen in this short period of time. The recent performance of the Yang Lan and Yang Lan, the people of the law enforcement hall also began to investigate, and soon there were results. The two siblings knew the awkwardness of their ascension. During this time, in addition to cultivation, they were basically inquiring about the things in the sect. The two of them wanted to find a good backer, so they wanted to figure out the distribution of the sect's power. However, such behavior made people have another kind of suspicion when they investigated. After all, suspicion was suspicion. For the time being, if there was no real evidence, the sect in the spiritual world would generally not deal with the disciples. Cultivation in the mortal world was a touchstone. Transcending the tribulation and ascending to immortality was a threshold that could thoroughly test whether a cultivator was worth cultivating or not. Generally speaking, as long as it was a master who ascended normally, the sect would make great efforts to cultivate. The Xiantian sect was a big sect. Generally, they would not listen to one side of the story. They had various channels to understand whether what Yang Lan said was true or not. There were many masters who ascended from the mortal world. It was easy for them to find a few people who knew the relationship between Yang Chen and the Taishaman. In several aspects, what the Yang Lan and Yang Lan said was almost the truth, except for the part of Yang Lan's own speculation. Of course, there was also a part that Yang Lan did not say, but others knew. For example, Yang Chen and the Taishaman had made several transactions, all of which were exchanging medicinal pills for the resources of the Taishaman. Yang Lan was indeed chased by Yang Chen. There was no doubt about this. The Xiantian sect had learned the facts from multiple channels. However, what they were more curious about was that Yang Chen's bounty was so high. At that time, Yang Lan had not yet become a follower of the young sect Master Li Liheng. At best, he was just a younger generation in the foundation stage and the Jedan stage. How did he survive under such a high bounty? Some things simply could not stand up to scrutiny. Yang Lan and Yang Lan tried hard to deny their relationship with Yang Chen. On the surface, they were like fire and water. Yang Chen repeatedly offered a high bounty for Yang Lan, but Yang Lan was safe and sound. In addition, after Yang Lan ascended, he inquired about the sect's affairs everywhere. If the suspicion that Yang Lan and Yang Lan were undercover agents placed by Yang Chen in the Xiantian sect was reversed, many things were simply clear. After a circle of investigation, the expressions on the faces of several law enforcement hall disciples who directly faced Yang Lan and Yang Lan had become more and more ugly. Although it was said that every sect would have unworthy disciples, such a guy who betrayed others was right in front of them, and he still talked as if nothing had happened. No matter how they looked at it, it was annoying. Chapter 1529. Let's teach them a lesson first. A steward of the Earth Immortal cultivation base who was responsible for this matter ordered with a cold face, "Ask again after the fight, ask clearly and in detail." After dropping this sentence, the steward left with his hands on his back, and Yang Lan and Yang Lan didn't understand what happened. They just instinctively felt that they were in trouble. No disciple of the sect would like a spy, especially this guy who made a disciple of the sect die. This was simply a public enemy. In the law enforcement hall, there was a disciple who was an acquaintance of Zhu Yixian. When he heard the steward's instructions, he immediately volunteered and jumped out, "Let me do it." The voice of gnashing teeth did not intend to hide anything, so it was so naked. Yang Lan finally noticed that it was not good, and hurriedly began to shout loudly, "This disciple is wronged! This disciple is wronged!" Wronged? The disciple who jumped out had a ferocious look on his face. "Well, if you have any grievances, you can talk about it later. Now, the steward has instructed, ask again after the fight." Looking at the law enforcement hall disciple, who came step by step, Yang Lan and Yang Lan's hearts had sunk to the bottom. Until the pain came, the Yang Lan and his brother were still confused. Didn't they want to know about Yang Chen? How did it end up like this? After Yang Chen left a person alive and said those words, Yang Chen knew that Yang Lan would soon suffer. Even if Yang Chen couldn't see it with his own eyes, he could be completely sure that Yang Lan couldn't escape this disaster. Of course, Yang Chen did not expect the Profound Heaven sect to kill Yang Lan immediately. Yang Lan and Yang Lan were the only two guys who had experienced the baptism of the special formation Eye of the Universe Everlasting Spirit Suppressing Formation. So far, the masters of formation research in the Profound Heaven sect have not fully determined the principle of the special formation Eye. How could they kill the two people so quickly? However, the death penalty could be avoided, but it was hard to escape punishment. Yang Chen seemed to have a bad taste. His favorite thing was to watch the people of the Taishaman Profound Heaven sect help Yang Lan. This was the case in the mortal world, and it was the same in the spiritual world. He was never tired of it. It would be best if Yang Lan could keep his life. Yang Chen was happy to send him on his way when the time came. Even if Profound Heaven sect's brain was pulled this time and killed Yang Lan directly, Yang Chen would not lose anything. If he died in the hands of his own people, Yang Lan would definitely die in peace. Yang Chen didn't care about Yang Lan's life now. He was waiting for the opportunity to deal with Kaiman sect. To put it bluntly, he was waiting for the arrival of an expert. As long as the guy he was waiting for arrived, it would not be difficult to deal with the people from Chiman sect. In the mortal world, Yang Chen had a relationship with Elder Wu Xiong and the blue-ringed octopus Lan Ying. However, both of them had ascended for less than 1,000 years and were unlikely to become Earth Immortal expert. It seemed that they were not enough to deal with Chiman sect. However, there was an Earth Immortal expert who had a good relationship with Yang Chen. That was the descendant of the Dragon Clan, Bian Long Xian. Long Xian's Dragon Clan bloodline was stimulated by Yang Chen's merit. Moreover, the demon sealing array was also broken by Yang Chen's help. In addition, the merits on the merit steel were completely provided by Yang Chen. The relationship between Long Xian and Yang Chen had already become that of a master and servant. What Yang Chen was waiting for was Long Xian. Before ascending from the mortal world, Long Xian was already a 4th-grade Earth Immortal. After being in the spiritual realm for so long, coupled with Yang Chen's full blessing on the merit steel, as a descendant of the Dragon Clan, Long Xian's strength was definitely far beyond this realm. Although it was said that he was waiting for Long Xian, it was actually a summoning. Of course, Yang Chen and Long Xian did not have that kind of spiritual connection. To summon Long Xian, Yang Chen used merit. He was completely refining the great Yin-Yang 5 elemental flying swords with the technique of the merit chapter. On Long Xian's merit steel, it was full of Yang Chen's merit. On this side, when Yang Chen used the merit method, even if Long Xian was millions of miles away, Long Xian could still sense it. Sure enough, after Yang Chen sacrificially refined the great Yin-Yang 5 elements flying sword for only half a year, Yang Chen felt the aura of Long Xian. Xiao Tian also noticed Long Xian, who was also a descendant of the Dragon Clan, and kept flying up and down. Whoosh, a black light flashed, and there was an extra small figure in front of Yang Chen. At first glance, it looked like an ordinary tortoise. If one had to say that it was a little special, it was estimated that it was a little dark in color. Other than that, it was completely no different from a small tortoise. There were no spiritual awareness fluctuations, no spiritual power fluctuations. If ordinary cultivators did not see it in the jungle, then 99% of them would not have any thoughts about this little tortoise. You really hide deep. Yang Chen looked at this guy and smiled. How many experts have you used this appearance to plot against? The little tortoise did not intend to hide in front of Yang Chen. He also knew that he could not hide it at all. Soon, the light flashed again, and the ordinary little tortoise disappeared in an instant. In its place, there was a bald man, looking at Yang Chen with a smile. "Greetings, master." The bald man was Swan Ni Long Xian. However, the technique he used to transform into a human was not the transformation secret art taught by Yang Chen. Instead, it was the unique transformation secret art of the Dragon Clan that he learned from the Dragon Tower. Long Xian was also a descendant of the Dragon Clan. After Long Xian became a servant of Yang Chen gave him a complete set of the cultivation method of the first floor of the Dragon Tower. Long Xian's cultivation was high, so it was easy for him to transform into a big man. "You came at the right time, I have been waiting for you for a long time." Yang Chen nodded in response to Long Xian's greeting. Just looking at the state that this guy appeared to have reached the level of the Earth Immortal 5th grade. In just a few hundred years, with a full load of merit steals, Long Xian's cultivation really improved quickly. Since Long Xian arrived, Yang Chen planned to immediately start on Chimen sect. Although Chimen sect was also a small sect in the spiritual realm, its strength was not strong enough, and it still had to rely on the profound heaven sect. The strongest cultivation was 2 experts of the Earth Immortal 6th grade. The entire sect had more than 100 people, there were more than 10 Earth Immortal experts, and the rest were human immortals. It seemed that their power was not big, but it was enough to bully Chunyang Palace, which had no foundation. They did not even need to send experts of the Earth Immortal 6th grade, just a few experts of the Earth Immortal 3rd grade was enough to make Chunyang Palace suffer. If Zhu Yixian didn't want to win the heart of Fairy Junkie and specifically told him not to kill them, Yang Chen might not have the opportunity to see the palace master and the others again. But in any case, Elder Gao was seriously injured by the other party, and the other elders were driven away by the people of Chimen's sect like stray dogs. Yang Chen would never be grateful because the other party did not kill them at the beginning. Those who dared to offend the people of Chunyang Palace must be taught a lesson in any case. Let's go. Yang Chen had been waiting for this day for a long time. He could not wait to summon the people of Chunyang Palace and snapped his fingers. Let's go kill. Chapter 1530. Ho Yun and the old tree demon had been waiting for this day for a long time. When they heard Yang Chen's words, they almost jumped up happily. They didn't have the demeanor of a human immortal master at all. How do we kill them? Grandmaster Wang Yong had been filled with anger for the past few years. Now that he finally had an opportunity to vent it out, he did not object and asked directly. There are not many masters in Chimen sect. Long Xian of the Earth Immortal level is enough to deal with them. Yang Chen's biggest reliance now was Long Xian. With the merit steel and the Swanee bloodline, he definitely surpassed the masters of the same level. The strongest master of Chimen sect was only the 6th grade of the Earth Immortal, which was a small realm higher than Long Xian. It was not a problem for him to kill them. As for the human immortal masters, we will take care of them. Yang Chen quickly assigned tasks to everyone, and at the same time did not forget to say, "We have a few people, they have a lot of people, there is no need to fight hard. If you can fight then fight, if you can't fight then run, there is no shame. If there is a chance, sneak attack, how can you kill people? Don't be afraid of being called despicable, we are just newcomers who have just ascended, it is normal to use any means." As he spoke, Yang Chen pulled everyone onto the shuttle and flew at high speed to the location of Chimen sect. On the way, he did not forget to give a lot of spirit-devouring divine thunder to the elders. These were specially refined by Yang Chen with the upgraded spirit-devouring dragon fire during this waiting period. No matter who it was, as long as they were stained with a trace of it, if they did not have a strong fire control power and a strong cultivation base, they absolutely could not withstand the attack of the spirit-devouring dragon fire. Listening to Yang Chen's words, the head of the palace was also a little shy in their hearts. Before, they were too concerned about being open and aboveboard, too concerned about the face of the sect. They always felt that the dignified pure Yang palace could not use some means that were not on the table, so they would be chased and fled. Now the key was pointed out by a younger generation junior. The previous hundreds of years of hard work was really a matter of life and death. And the most important thing was that if they could get enough face by fighting in an upright manner and could make many people applaud, then it could be regarded as a little gain. The problem was that the enemy didn't feel that using an earthly immortal expert to oppress them was bullying the weak, and they chased them endlessly. If they continued to insist on that ridiculous method, then they would really be pedantic. Shi Kuei and Xie Sha also said these words, but the effect of what they said was completely different from what Yang Chen said. In any case, everyone was waiting for the moment to kill their way into the Equal Gate sect. The Chunyang Palace in the mortal world was like the sun in the sky, especially in the last few hundred years, where had they suffered such insults. In these years, even the righteous palace master had endured enough. While Yang Chen was waiting for Long Xian, Xiantian sect and Chimen sect were frantically inquiring about the whereabouts of the people in Chunyang Palace. In fact, not only these two sects, basically the sect that had a master who had ascended in the past 100 years, and the sect that could occupy a place in the spiritual world, were all frantically searching for the whereabouts of Yang Chen. Chimen sect and Xiantian sect were looking for the murderer of Zhu Yixian. Of course, Xiantian sect did not dare to be too blatant and only did it secretly. On the contrary, Chimen sect, because of a vassal sect, did not have so many scruples and was looking for him with great fanfare. As for the other sect, they were all looking for Yang Chen like crazy. If the questioning inner heart pill and the spirit congealing pill were ordinary medicinal pills in the spiritual world, not worth mentioning, then the longevity pill was enough to make people crazy. A mere fifth-grade alchemist was able to refine a medicinal pill that only the 9 revolutions golden pill had the medicinal effect of prolonging one's lifespan. Which sect did not want it? A small sect might be okay, but among the big sect, which sect didn't have a few masters who were at the end of their lifespan but were stuck on the bottleneck and couldn't break through? How many masters who had made great contributions to the sect could only linger on like an old man in the mortal world, quietly waiting for death? What kind of sorrow was that? This kind of thing happened once in the mortal world, and that was after Yang Chen refined the 100-year pill. Just in the 5 major Dao sect, there were more than 100 masters who took the 100-year pill to transcend the tribulation and ascend. Those were all masters who were stuck on the edge of the tribulation and couldn't break through. In the end, they relied on their cultivation to resist the heavenly tribulation. Even if they needed to spend time to polish their state of mind in the spiritual world, in the end, they still transcended the tribulation and extended their lifespan. Whether it was the 100-year pill or even the ordinary demonic bead, it might not have much effect on the human immortal masters, but the longevity pill was completely different. It could supplement the life source and increase the lifespan, so it was effective for everyone. This kind of good thing was actually in the hands of a small sect. It was really a shame for the big sect in the mortal world. Unfortunately, no matter how these people searched, Yang Chen and the people from Chunyang Palace seemed to have disappeared from the spiritual world. No one had seen them again. For a whole 6 months, Yang Chen and the others stayed in another secret place that Yang Chen found. If it wasn't for Yang Chen leading everyone to this place, Even if Yang Chen dictated the map to everyone, they might not have been able to find it. In his previous life, Yang Chen had stayed here for at least 50 years, avoiding wave after wave of hunting teams. Even Long Xian came looking for him because Yang Chen sensed his aura. He only found Yang Chen after he went out. If even their own people couldn't find it, it was even more impossible for outsiders to find it. The people who were looking for it couldn't be so deliberate. On the contrary, the people of Chiman's sect didn't dare to be too ostentatious because people from other sects had appeared nearby recently. In particular, when the people from the major sect found this place, they heard that there was discord between Chiman's sect and Chunyang Palace, so they were very concerned about this matter. What made the people of Chiman's sect even more dissatisfied was that they seemed to be biased towards Chunyang Palace intentionally or unintentionally. Some people even warned and threatened them not to provoke Chunyang Palace in the future. Although they were dissatisfied, the people of Chiman's sect didn't dare to say anything. Among the experts who came to explore Chunyang Palace and Yangchen, there were even 2 experts at the Heaven Immortal realm. Even if the people of Chiman's sect had 10 times the courage, they wouldn't dare to provoke them. 2 Heaven Immortal experts could easily destroy Chiman's sect with just a wave of their hand. Before Yangchen ascended, the prolonging life pill was something that only the higher-ups of the major sect knew. Ordinary sect or disciples had no chance to come into contact with such a high-level secret. As for Xiantian sect, they didn't know about the prolonging life pill at all. Even the matter of young Master Yixian and Chiman's sect suppressing Chunyang Palace was done behind Xiantian sect's back. Chiman's sect didn't know who he had provoked. However, the warnings from all sides made Chiman's sect behave a lot. At least before they found the whereabouts of the people from Chunyang Palace, they were still very honest. All the disciples of the sect stayed in the mountain gate, as if they had learned their lesson. Chapter 1531. Boom! With a loud sound, Chiman's sect's mountain-guarding grand array suddenly exploded, as if it was hit by a terrifying cannon. A huge stone tablet fell from the sky and smashed right on top of Chiman's sect's main hall, directly smashing dozens of surrounding buildings into the ground. Blood-red inscriptions were densely distributed around the stone tablet, emitting waves of terrifying ferocious chi, as if they were alive, slowly swimming on the stone tablet. The stone tablet smashed down too suddenly, so much so that the people of Chiman's sect didn't even have time to react. At least 4 low-level human immortal disciples were smashed into the ground, their life and death were unknown. Shrill sirens sounded crazily. In fact, there was no need for sirens, such a big movement. If there was anyone who didn't notice it, then they must be dead. Who dares to offend my Chiman's sect? 2 Earth Immortal Grade 6 experts of Chiman's sect came out of nowhere, shouting loudly towards the sky. Instead of waiting for a specific answer, everyone waited for a huge, incomparable figure, as if it suddenly appeared in the sky, and then fell heavily in their direction. That figure was so huge, just by looking at it, everyone could be sure that it was not smaller than 1,000 miles. Divine sense couldn't find any clues, only that it was a huge Xian tortoise. The huge figure was naturally Long Xian's body. In the mortal world, Long Xian's body was 1,000 miles in radius. After coming to the spiritual world to cultivate the Dragon Clan's cultivation method, his body shrunk a lot, but it didn't mean that he couldn't return to his original size. Such a huge body, not to mention other things, just the weight alone was enough to make countless people raise their eyebrows. At least now, there were a few pairs of incredulous eyes next to Yang Chen, as if they saw something unbelievable, staring at Yang Chen, dumbfounded. Naturally, those who were stunned were the elders of Chunyang Palace. Gao Yugong, Sunling, Ho Yun, and the old tree demon were not surprised at all. The reason why everyone was shocked was because whether it was the stone tablet or the Xian tortoise, they were not controlled by Long Xian. They were forcibly thrown out by Yang Chen. If it was only a few hundred feet, no one would say anything. The key was that their current location was 1,000 miles away from the Chiman sect's main hall. The stone tablet was naturally the merit tablet on Long Xian's back. When the merit tablet was full, even Long Xian couldn't easily move it. After coming to the spiritual world, Long Xian turned into an ordinary little tortoise and crawled slowly. After coming to the spiritual world, Long Xian could only transform into an ordinary tortoise and slowly crawl. Under normal circumstances, the merit monument could only be close to Long Xian. Even if Long Xian wanted to use it as a weapon, he could only hold it like Yang Chen. It was almost impossible to attack it. Long Xian couldn't easily, Long of merit tablet, so to Yang Chen couldn't move easily. For any other merit steel, Yang Chen was afraid that it would not be so easy. The problem was that the merit steel on Long Xian's body recorded his own merit, so there was no pressure on Yang Chen. If it was any other merit tablet, Yang Chen wouldn't be able to do it so easily. The problem was that Long Xian's merit tablet recorded his own merits, so Yang Chen didn't feel any pressure. Yang Chen's huge strength directly threw the black tortoise, which had a radius of 1,000 miles, into the air, and then heavily smashed into Chimen Sect. This power made several elders who had never seen Yang Chen's power simply unable to believe their eyes. How heavy was a black tortoise? To be able to throw such a black tortoise, what kind of concept was that? How strong was Yang Chen's arms? Even though they knew that Yang Chen cultivated a unique body tempering technique, they still couldn't help but be shocked when such a shocking scene happened in front of them. How did a grade 5 earthly immortal realm black tortoise feel when it smashed down? The black tortoise's body covered the entire Chimen Sect's mountain entrance tightly, and the way it smashed down was like a small mountain falling from the sky, instantly smashing Chimen Sect's mountain entrance into pieces. As long as a disciple of Chimen Sect was within this range, no matter how fast they were, they wouldn't be able to escape from Long Xian's smash. Other than the huge weight, there was also Long Xian's coordinated attack. The earthly immortal realm disciples were still fine, but the worldly immortal realm disciples couldn't resist it at all, and almost all of them spat out a mouthful of blood. Only a few of them were able to maintain a standing posture. The rest were all forcefully smashed into the ground, looking battered and exhausted. Luckily, the people of Chimen Sect weren't all useless. After receiving Long Xian's attack, someone immediately started to fight back. Dozens of flying swords appeared rapidly, slashing towards Long Xian's huge body. Long Xian's body instantly shrunk to about 10 feet in radius. The merit tablet also returned to Long Xian's body in time, becoming his strongest weapon. All of the flying swords that were slashing towards Long Xian struck the merit steel, giving off a loud clanging sound. Unfortunately, even though the sound was loud, it didn't achieve any effect. There were even a few flying swords of lower grade that were chipped by the merit monument. How could a few dozen flying swords destroy the massive amount of merit? After a while, Long Xian had already found an opponent. The merit tablet suddenly became longer, waved by Long Xian's huge palm, and smashed towards the strongest earthly immortal realm master's head. Now, let's split up and attack. At this time, Yang Chen finally began to make a move. More than a dozen people suddenly dispersed and flew towards the mountain gate of Chimen Sect that was thousands of miles away. Such a distance, for the masters of the worldly immortal realm, was only a cup of tea time. Everyone had a tacit understanding and discussed the way to make a move on the road. Most of the people of Chimen Sect were injured by Long Xian's blow just now. It was a good time to get back at them. The palace master and several elders plus Shi Kuei and Xiesha, their combat effectiveness was relatively the weakest, so their task was mainly to set fire and sneak attack. Each person had dozens of spirit-devouring divine thunder in their hand. They quietly touched the past and smashed the people they saw. They were not caught. Ho Yun, the old tree demon, was the relative main force of the battle. They were all able to face the masters of the earthly immortal realm independently without falling into a disadvantageous position. Even the opponents with lower cultivation bases, in this injured situation, may only be able to drink under the hands of the two. As for Yang Chen, Gao Yu and Gong Sunling, they were fighting against the masters of the earthly immortal realm. No matter how powerful Long Xian was, he could only deal with one or two earthly immortal realm masters at a time. The rest needed Yang Chen and the two women to contain them, lest they pose a threat to the palace master. At the same time, they could not let them gather together and besiege Long Xian. Kill! Yang Chen's beheading immortal blade was raised high and slashed down at a guy of the earthly immortal realm. Chapter 1532. Bang! The sound of the collision between the immortal beheading saber and the opponent's flying sword was like a giant hammer hitting an anvil. The huge force carried by the immortal beheading saber directly knocked the opponent out. The opponent's flying sword did not fall well either. The part of the flying sword near the tip had been cut off by the immortal beheading saber. However, it was more appropriate to say that it was broken. Despite the blessing of Shao Tian, the immortal beheading saber, which had merged the entrance of the immortal beheading platform and the core of the demon continent, could completely cut through iron like mud, but the opponent's flying sword had been broken before the blade could completely cut through. The fracture was not as smooth as the blade had cut through, but a gap that was broken by a strong force. It was already under the pressure of Black Tortoise, and after Yang Chen's slash, the natal flying sword was directly destroyed. The opponent of the earth immortal level spurted blood wildly from his mouth, but his body was like a baseball that was hit, and he flew straight out. Unfortunately, Yang Chen's blow was not upward, so the trajectory of the baseball also became close to the earth, and it accurately rolled in the direction of Black Tortoise. The Earth Immortal Master was in a sorry state. Under the impact of the unimaginably powerful force, his whole body was limp. Apart from remaining awake and feeling his body rolling over a series of ground at high speed, it was impossible for him to make any other movements. The blood spurted along the way had marked the trajectory of his rolling very clearly. Even though he had rolled to the side of Black Tortoise, his speed still did not slow down much. The body of the Earth Immortal Master was about to use the inertia of Yang Chen's hit to continue to move away from the other side of Black Tortoise, but a stone tablet accurately hit his body that was still moving at high speed. Boom! The stone tablet fell to the ground, and under the stone tablet, several splatters of flesh and blood directly spurted out. Subsequently, the huge stone tablet was pulled up again, stained with a pile of sticky meat sauce, and waved towards another master. Die, thief! Behind Yang Chen, someone suddenly shouted. Following the shout, a gust of wind attacked Yang Chen's back. Behind Yang Chen, Gong Sunling had been following. At this time, without saying anything, she directly opened her small hand, and the Mountain River geographical map formation was launched. Thousands of illusory and lifelike figures attacked the owner of the voice. Everything seemed very illusory. Even Gong Sunling's opponent thought so. In the face of such an attack, the opponent simply mobilized his protective magic treasure, intending to resist it head-on, and then counterattack. However, things didn't go as he wished. When all the attacks overlapped and suddenly neared him, only then did he realize that something was wrong. All of a sudden, the illusory shadows turned into reality. Thousands of attacks struck the same spot on the protective magic treasure of this Earth Immortal expert at almost the same time. The attack did not seem strong enough. At best, it was at the level of a human immortal. If that was the case, it would not be enough to destroy the protective magic treasure of the Earth Immortal expert, nor would it be enough to cause harm to him. What was unexpected was that although the Earth Immortal expert felt that the attack was only at the level of a human immortal, the number of attacks was not 1, but more than 1,000. It seemed that the attacks hit the same spot at the same time, but in fact there was a subtle difference. Each attack was slightly staggered, so the attack formed a 1,000-people combo. The sound that came from the protective magic treasure was only a long sound, but the Earth Immortal expert had continuously withstood more than 1,000 attacks. Even though his cultivation was much stronger than each of the experts who participated in the attack, the effect of more than 1,000 continuous attacks was more powerful than a simultaneous attack. The protective magic treasure that was attacked could only withstand less than 500 attacks before it shattered. The following attacks landed solidly on the body of the Earth Immortal expert. All the protective magic treasures dissipated in a series of dense attacks, and the last more than 100 attacks directly affected his internal organs. How could the fragile internal organs withstand the attacks of more than 100 human Immortal experts? He was immediately seriously injured. The Earth Immortal expert spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated rapidly. He did not even have time to command his flying sword. How could Gong's Sunling allow him to retreat so easily? After the attack of more than 1,000 people, she launched a more powerful attack with the geographical map of mountains and rivers. The protective magic treasure of the Earth Immortal expert's body had been broken before, and he had long lost the ability to resist. Gong Sunling's punch landed heavily on his chest. Another mouthful of blood was spat out. The Earth Immortal expert was scared out of his wits. He, who had always been arrogant, did not expect that a woman who looked like she was only at the first or second stage of the human immortal realm could launch such a terrifying attack. At this time, there was no other way but to retreat quickly. Unfortunately, it was a little too late to think of this. Just as he spat out the second mouthful of blood, a blood-red flying sword seemed to be attracted by some delicious food and flew quickly towards the blood he spat out. All the blood was attracted by the blood-red flying sword when it was still a few feet away, and gathered towards the flying sword out of thin air. As soon as the blood touched the flying sword, it disappeared without a trace, as if it was absorbed by the flying sword. This was not the end. After the blood-red flying sword absorbed the blood he spat out, it did not stop and directly rushed towards his mouth, which was still spitting out blood. Chi, a slight sound of a sharp blade piercing through flesh was heard. The Earth Immortal expert suddenly stopped moving, and his whole body was frozen in the air. His whole body quickly turned pale. After a pause, he collapsed to the ground softly, and no longer breathed. The blood-red flying sword flew out directly from the back of the Earth Immortal expert's head. The blood-red light all over his body shone brightly, releasing a heart-palpitating aura, which immediately attracted the attention of all the people around. A flying sword refined by the blood phantom vine? There were many experienced and knowledgeable masters in the spiritual realm. Almost at a glance, someone recognized the origin of the blood-red flying sword. Then, seeing the miserable state of his companion, he immediately rebuked in a righteous manner. "Who are you? How could you refine such a vicious flying sword?" The blood-red flying sword just paused in the air for a moment, and then flew towards Yang Chen and disappeared into the immortal chopping saber in the blink of an eye. Yang Chen didn't pay attention to the guy who shouted angrily. He spoke as if he was a gentleman. This kind of person was not worth paying attention to. If he wanted to care about it, he should care about how long it would take for the blood phantom vine flying sword to be close to the advanced level after absorbing the blood of the Earth Immortal expert. "Evil creature, you are so evil. I can't let you live." When the other party saw Yang Chen's attitude, he was even more furious. He shouted at Yang Chen, and then a flame rushed out of his fingers and instantly surrounded Yang Chen. Chapter 1533. Playing with fire against their own husband? Gao Yu and Gong Sunling almost laughed until their stomachs hurt. Unfortunately, they were still fighting and could not afford to be so distracted. However, the two women completely let go of their worries and each found an opponent and began to entangle with him. Anyway, there was Black Tortoise to deal with the master, as long as it bought him time. The flames surrounded Yang Chen almost without any hindrance. Under the control of the Earth Immortal Master, it began to burn. He was really angry. Not only did he want Yang Chen's life, but he also wanted to completely destroy Yang Chen's vicious flying sword made from the blood demon vine. True sun fire? Yang Chen himself almost laughed out loud. The flame used by the other party to attack him turned out to be the true sun fire of his previous life. Not to mention that Yang Chen had refined the yin-yang heaven-burning fire in the mortal world in this life. Even in his previous life, it was impossible to hurt him with the true sun fire. You know what's good for you. Unfortunately, your heart is vicious. You can't be left alive. The other party seemed to appreciate Yang Chen's ability to recognize the true sun fire, but the words in his mouth were still unusually righteous, as if Yang Chen was really a heinous villain. Yang Chen never thought that there would be such a superb product in Chimen sect. Originally, he was going to kill them, but he still wanted to put on a posture of standing on the moral high ground. He really didn't know how he got along in the spiritual world for so many years. It seemed that sometimes it could save a lot of trouble to rely on a big sect. Since it's playing with fire, let's play with each other. Yang Chen also seemed to be interested. He put away the immortal beheading saber and a fire dragon appeared in each of his hands, one black and one white, and rushed to the earth immortal master who was playing with fire not far away. As soon as the two fire dragons left his hands, they were like two real living things, hovering and dancing. The true sun fire burning around Yang Chen was directly penetrated by the two fire dragons. By the time the dragon head reached the side of the earthly immortal expert, the dragon tail had already absorbed and counteracted the solar quintessence fire. There was no longer any flame beside Yang Chen. There were no burn marks on Yang Chen's body, not even a single burn mark. He looked exactly the same as before. That large flame seemed to only form a flame cover for Yang Chen. It didn't touch Yang Chen's body at all. Not many. The fire experts on the other side were not as skilled as Yang Chen. When he saw the black and white fire dragons, he realized that he had encountered a real fire expert. However, no matter how hard he racked his brains, he could not dig out any memories of the black and white fire dragons from his mind. What kind of fire seeds were these? Fire experts boasted that they had played with fire for thousands of years, yet they didn't even know the names of these two fire seeds. Instinctively, he sensed danger, but it was too late. The two fire dragons were like maggots on a tarsal bone, following closely behind the fire expert. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't stop the two fire dragons from entangling him. As soon as the black and white fire dragons touched his body, he could no longer suppress the pain and let out a scream. Everyone in the surroundings was attracted by his screams, and then they saw a scene that made people shudder. From the 7 apertures of the earthly immortal expert, his natal fire seed, the true sun fire, was madly spewing out. However, at this time, the true sun fire was no longer the natal fire seed that he could control like a finger, but had become a life-reaping impermanence. A few earth immortals from Chimen's sect watched helplessly as a familiar expert of fire was surrounded by his own natal fire seed. Bit by bit, his companion was burned into charcoal. In the end, not even the charcoal was left, as his companion was turned into ashes. When the wind caused by the battle blew, the remaining ashes couldn't be kept and were blown away. How was this possible? The dead companion was a fire attribute expert. After absorbing the 5th grade true sun fire, he was like a tiger that had grown wings. Once his fire seed was used in battle, he wouldn't dare to say that he would win every battle, but 9 out of 10 times, he would have the upper hand. But now, the fire expert, who had always been the pride of his companions, was burned by his own natal fire seed in front of him, not even leaving a handful of ashes. Who was his opponent? He was obviously just a human immortal junior. How could he be so terrifying? Chunyang Palace has come to seek justice. Die. After killing the master who played with fire, Yang Chen stood in the same place and shouted at the Chi-Men sect masters who were bewildered. As soon as they heard that it was the people of Chunyang Palace, the people of Chi-Men's sect suddenly became angry. Once upon a time, the little mice of the pure Yang Palace were chased by the people of their own sect like stray dogs. If young Master Yi Xian didn't let them kill them, they would have already killed them all. They even dared to take the initiative to come to the door? This was also good. After killing these guys, he would take their bodies to the Xiantian sect to report. These guys were so bold that they dared to kill young Master Yi Xian. This time, even if they had the protection of the Heavenly Emperor, they would still die. There was a burst of explosion in the distance. The sect master of Chiman's sect was here. When he heard the movement over there, a sneer appeared on his face. "Humph, are you planning to create a diversion?" With a wave of his hand, several human immortal disciples present immediately rushed out and flew in the direction of the movement. The most powerful expert of Chunyang Palace was the black tortoise in front of him. Except for him, the others were at the level of human immortal. He didn't know what despicable means these three little guys used to kill his 3 Earth immortal experts, but it was the end of it. Did they really think that a few human immortal ants and a 5th-grade Earth immortal black tortoise could show off in Chiman sect? Several Earth immortal experts shouted angrily and flew up, pouncing towards Yang Chen and Gao Yugong Sunling. In just a moment, 3 of their companions had died. The 2 disciples with the highest cultivation were still restraining the terrifying black tortoise. For the time being, they seemed to be evenly matched. Everyone together, as long as they killed these 3 small fries first, then they would swarm up to kill the black tortoise and stew it into soup. With the other party like this, Yang Chen, Gao Yu, and Gong Sunling were no longer as relaxed as before. The pressure brought by so many Earth immortal experts was not something that they could fight evenly with their current cultivation and Gao Yu's Emperor's Qi. The 3 of them could only rely on each other and try to protect themselves. The attacks of Chiman's sect were getting stronger and stronger. Yang Chen, Gao Yu, and Gong Sunling were like 3 small boats in a stormy sea. With the ups and downs of the waves, it seemed that they would capsize in the next moment. However, no matter how the experts of Qi Men's sect attacked, even if their magic weapons had fallen on the 3 of them, they would be blocked by more than 100 sword Qi or the shadow of a big bell that suddenly appeared. They could not hurt the 3 of them at all. Chapter 1534. It looked like they would be able to take down the 3 of them with just a little more effort, but no matter how hard the surrounding people tried, Yang Chen's group of 3 maintained a posture of being unable to hold on any longer. They maintained a situation where they were barely able to stand. Long Xian was still fighting with 2 grade 6 Earth immortal experts. It had to be said that no matter how strong Long Xian's combat strength was, he still couldn't break the situation when it was 2 against 1 against 2 guys who were obviously stronger than him. Especially when these 2 guys had realized that as long as they could hold on until their companions came to help, they would be able to win. They were even more unhurried in fighting with Long Xian and refused to fight with their lives on the line. Under such circumstances, it was simply impossible to expect the battle to end in a short period of time. Fortunately, Long Xian was already aware of this and Yang Chen had discussed this possibility with him on the way. The overall strength of Chiman's sect far exceeded that of Chunyang Palace, so they didn't need to use some short-sighted methods. According to the plan, Long Xian and the 2 experts were fighting closer and closer to Yang Chen's side. Long Xian led them to a place within a mile of Yang Chen without leaving a trace. Now, Yang Chen saw this opportunity and suddenly launched 2 seemingly substantial spiritual sense attacks towards the 2 Earth immortal experts who were fighting with Long Xian. With such a close distance, for Yang Chen's spiritual sense, which was already at the grade 5 Earth immortal realm, this level of attack almost instantly reached the 2 of them. The spiritual sense attacks seemed substantial, but in fact, they were invisible and formless. They instantly pierced into the 2's sea of consciousness. In addition to Yang Chen's condensed spiritual sense, the spiritual sense attacks also contained the aura of 2 blood-colored long rivers. As soon as they entered the 2's sea of consciousness, the bodies of the 2 grade 6 Earth immortal experts shook. Monstrous killing intent directly detonated in their sea of consciousness. Let alone 2 grade 6 Earth immortal experts, even a perfected golden immortal would be unable to resist the invasion of this level of killing intent. The two earthly immortal experts suddenly froze on the spot, their faces filled with terror. By the time they struggled to break free from the attack of the killing intent, they realized that they were still in the middle of a battle and could not afford to be distracted. Everything was already too late. Bang! Bang! The enormous Merit steel accurately smashed onto the heads of the two rank 6 earthly immortal experts, and it directly smashed their heads into two shattered bloody gourds. The last thought that flashed through the minds of these two grade 6 Earth immortal experts was regret. They regretted being distracted in the middle of a battle. The commotion here had frightened many people. Two of the earthly immortal experts who surrounded Yang Chen and the other two almost fell to the ground. The two strongest elders of the sect had died just like that. It was simply inconceivable. However, it was already too late for them to escape. Yang Chen's group of 3, who had been bitterly holding on as though they were about to fall at any moment, suddenly erupted with a powerful combat power, as though they had received divine assistance. The trio's attacks were all lethal, forcing the spectators to give up on the thought of fleeing and do their best to block the trio's attacks. With such entanglement, even if these guys wanted to escape, they couldn't do anything. Long Xian took care of the two strongest experts and turned around to deal with a few guys with lower cultivation base than him. The smoothness of his moves was unimaginable. The huge steel was only waved a few times, and each time, an Earth immortal expert of the Chiman sect was smashed into broken bones. Yang Chen and Gao Yugong's Sunling would not be soft-hearted and immediately followed up with another knife. After another half an incense stick of time, apart from Yang Chen, Gao Yugong's Sunling and Long Xian, there was no one else alive. Dozens of miles away, the spirit-devouring dragon fire was burning fiercely. It was a strange flame that would erupt after it was contaminated with a person's body. After burning, the burned person would not turn into flying ash, but would be very complete, but there would be no more life. The palace master and the others learned their lesson and used the spirit-devouring divine thunder without scruples. Ho Yun and the old tree demon also had outstanding result. Without the shackles and worries, they broke out with a heinous combat power. The guys who fought with them did not escape alive. The human immortal disciples of the Chiman sect were injured by Long Xian at the beginning. With their injuries, how could they be the opponents of the Chunyang Palace team? In particular, this time, the head of the palace and the others did not fight with them in the open at all. They came up with a few spirit-devouring dragon fires. As long as they did not escape in time, they would never be able to get rid of it until they died. A few lucky guys who escaped the spirit-devouring dragon fire still had to face the attacks of Ho Yun and the old tree demon. Ho Yun, who could turn the river, could now not fall into a disadvantageous position even if he met a 10th-grade human immortal master. How could the injured disciples of the Chiman sect be his opponent? When Yang Chen and the palace master met up, there was no one alive in the mountain gate of the Chiman sect. All of them were executed. So easy! The palace master was still in a dream. With Yang Chen, Gao Yu, Gong Sunling, and Long Xian, there were a total of 14 people in the Chunyang Palace, 13 human immortals who had ascended for more than 200 years, plus Long Xian who was a 5th-grade Earth immortal. They actually killed the hundreds of people of the Chiman sect. It must be known that the Chiman sect had 2 masters of the 6th-grade Earth immortal, as well as more than a dozen disciples of the Earth immortal level, and hundreds of human immortal masters. This battle seemed to be too easy, so easy that the palace master couldn't believe it. Before Yang Chen had ascended, the 10 people of the Chunyang Palace were chased and fled in panic, and even 2 hiding places could not be kept. When Yang Chen came, it actually had such an effect. People couldn't help but sigh that the younger generation of their own sect was really extraordinary. This site is ours. Master Ancestor Wang Yong laughed happily, and the depression of being chased before was swept away. No matter who it was, after being chased for 200 years, He would be so happy to destroy the other party. From today on, this is the site of my Chunyang Palace. Several other people were also happy. In the past, they had no fixed residence, and now they finally had a place to stay. They believed that after other forces knew that the Chiman sect had been destroyed, they would definitely look at the Chunyang Palace with new eyes. This site was already firmly in the hands of the Chunyang Palace. In fact, this is not a good place. Yang Chen's voice seemed incompatible with the atmosphere of the crowd. At best, it is a temporary foothold. After a while, this disciple will find another site and build the Chunyang Palace. After a while? The palace master keenly grasped the information revealed in Yang Chen's words and asked curiously, "What will happen during this time?" Chapter 1535. There will be a group of people who will come to ask for medicine, and then owe us a few big favors. Yang Chen replied with a smile, and did not hide it at all. Then we will use these favors to exchange for a really good place. You handle this matter. It was rare for the master of the palace to be free and not have to worry about it himself. He immediately became a shopkeeper. I have been in a panic all these years. It is rare to enjoy a few days. Hurry up and get something delicious to drink. Let's celebrate. Since the master of the palace had spoken, Yang Chen would certainly do it. These years have indeed been hard on these elders. Even in the 6 months after the rendezvous with Yang Chen, everyone was in a state of fear. How could they be in the mood to enjoy it? That is, now that Yang Chen led everyone to destroy the Chiman sect, it proved that everyone could successfully stand their ground, so there was a little relaxation. The Dragon Palace was directly moved out and turned into a group of palaces. Anyway, now all the disciples of the Chunyang Palace added up, including Long Xian, there were only 14. The Dragon Palace was enough to arrange for everyone. As long as Yang Chen paid a little attention, he would not let the elders see some sensitive things. The master of the palace and the elders enjoyed the luxurious room prepared by Yang Chen, the food and wine. This was the filial piety of their own disciples. There was nothing that they could not afford. The depression of many years was swept away. Everyone seemed a little excited. The best 1,000-year-old jade dragon wine was almost endless. Except for Yang Chen's family of 3, the other elders were drunk. The 12 Penglai divine wood monsters also appeared in the Dragon Palace. They did not participate in the battle this time, but arranged the 12 Yuan Chen Sea suppression formation with their bodies in the Dragon Palace according to the position. All the exits of the spiritual veins in the Chiman sect's territory were all concentrated in the Dragon Palace to absorb spiritual power at any time. After Yang Chen sacrificed the Dragon Palace, Xiao Tian placed the Dragon Tower in its original position. Long Xian, this guy, because of his relationship with Yang Chen and his contribution this time, Xiao Tian deliberately allowed him to enter the second floor of the Dragon Tower, where there was a higher-level secret cultivation method of the Dragon Clan. Long Xian was the main force this time and had contributed a lot. His contribution was huge. In addition to the reward of Xiao Tian, Yang Chen did not forget to give him more benefit. Long before Long Xian ascended in the mortal world, Yang Chen had already transferred enough merit points into Long Xian's merit steel. As a result, Long Xian's merit steel was already filled to the brim when he was in the mortal world. The first to ascend was Long Xian. Over the years, Long Xian's cultivation had improved by a small realm. Speaking of which, the current merit monument was no longer full. There was still some room left. For Swanee, the more merit he carried, the more effort it would take, but it would also be more beneficial to his cultivation. The merit steel would also be more powerful. In the same way, the more merits recorded in the merit steel, the more merits Yang Chen would not disappear. Yang Chen didn't dare to say much about other things, but his merit points were definitely more than a few immeasurable ones. This time, the reward for Long Xian was to make his merit monument full again. After experiencing the baptism of the heavenly tribulation, he was promoted to a small realm. When Yang Chen transferred the merit points, he made a rough calculation. The merit points that Long Xian's merit monument could carry had increased by 100 times. Yang Chen didn't say anything. He madly transferred 100 Gai of merit points. He was not stingy. This was something that was good for himself and Long Xian. Yang Chen couldn't wait for Long Xian to carry more merit points. Speaking of which, Yang Chen's cultivation had also improved a lot compared to the past. After the baptism of the heavenly tribulation, Yang Chen's speed of transferring merit points to the merit monument had also increased by 1,000 times. Originally, when he was in the nascent soul realm, it would take a long time to transfer merit points. Now it only took a few days to complete. Here, the elders of Chunyang Palace were relaxed and drunk. Yang Chen was transferring merit points to Long Xian. Gao Yu and Gong Sunling were not idle. They had already begun to manage the affairs of the sect. With such a big movement on the side of Chiman's sect, it was impossible not to alarm others. Soon, someone came to investigate what was going on. Then, the people who rushed over were shocked to find that the original territory of Chiman's sect had now been replaced by a brand new palace. The name had also been changed to Chunyang Palace. Gao Yu and Gong Sunling were responsible for receiving the people from all sides. Only then did everyone know what had happened. In just a few days, the Pure Yang Palace had already destroyed the Qi Men sect and occupied the territory of the Qi Men sect. This news made countless people in the sect stunned. How was this possible? Chunyang Palace counted the people who had ascended. There were at most 13 people, all of whom were human immortals. How could they destroy Chiman's sect, which had 2 experts of the 6th level of the Earth Immortal realm? However, doubts were doubts. The facts were in front of them. No one from Chiman's sect was seen, and Chunyang Palace occupied the mountain gate of Chiman's sect. Wasn't this enough to explain what happened? Many people in the sect were looking for the people of Chunyang Palace openly and secretly. Suddenly, they found that the people of Chunyang Palace appeared here. Many people were overjoyed. Since Gao Yu and Gong Sunling were here, presumably Yang Chen would not be far away. Immediately, someone quickly informed the sect that the whereabouts of Yang Chen, Master Yang, had been found. The news was like a prairie fire, spreading rapidly. Suddenly, many people in the spiritual world began to think about how to face Yang Chen. The elders of Chunyang Palace finally woke up completely after a drunken night. This drunkenness also swept away their hundreds of years of depression. Their minds were clear, their mood was cheerful, and their cultivation base was more or less improved. According to the intention of the palace master, he originally planned to open the ancestral hall here and establish the mountain gate. However, since Yang Chen said that this was only a temporary location, the palace master also dispelled this idea. He only regarded this place as a transition and began to prepare for the establishment of some sects in advance. Just when everyone started to get busy, the temporary Chunyang Palace finally ushered in the first group of distinguished guests. The reason why it was distinguished was that among the guests who came to the door, there were 4 masters of the Heaven Immortal level, ranging from the 4th level of the Heaven Immortal to the 10th level of the Heaven Immortal. Even if he had been psychologically prepared that someone would definitely come to the door to discuss the longevity pill, the palace master did not think that there would be 4 masters of Heaven Immortal. Even if he was also the master of a sect, when facing a super master who surpassed 2 realms, the palace master was unspeakably nervous. In the end, the strongest master that the palace master had ever seen was only Long Xian of the 5th level of the Earth Immortal. Chunyang Palace was in decline before, and there was no powerful predecessor to guide them in the spiritual world. It was normal for their limited knowledge to be a normal thing. A few of us came abruptly. Please don't blame us, sect master he. Fortunately, several Heaven Immortal masters were very particular. Even in the face of the absolute younger generation of the palace master, they were very respectful. We are here to ask Master Yang about the longevity pill. Chapter 1536. The 4 fairy immortal masters who came to visit were from the 4 great sect of Dao sect. At the same time, they were also the 4 great sect of Chunyang Palace in the mortal world, Green Jade Immortal Island, Blue Cloud sect, Qiankuan sect, and 5 Elements sect. Whether it was out of respect for the fairy immortal masters or the relationship with the 4 great sect, it was necessary for Yang Chen to personally explain. Although he had just destroyed the prestige of the Qi Men sect, when Yang Chen faced the 4 fairy immortal masters, he was still full of courtesy, which also made the palace master, who was originally on tenterhooks, secretly relieved. This disciple of his own family was really worry-free. It may be the instructions of their respective sect. Similarly, in front of Yang Chen, the 4 fairy immortal masters did not put on the airs of a senior at all. They were very kind and asked Yang Chen about the effect of the longevity pill. Speaking of it, even if there was an example of Elder Zhou of the Yin Yang Demon School in the mortal world, after all, that was a matter of the mortal world. Even if Elder Zhou was already a 7th grade human immortal at that time, without crossing the tribulation, he was at best a quasi-human immortal master. Could work in the mortal world, but it did not necessarily work in the spiritual world. What everyone wanted to know most was whether the longevity pill refined by Yang Chen could be effective for the real masters of the spiritual world. In this case, it was impossible to convince people just by relying on Yang Chen's eloquence to say how good his longevity pill was. The only way was to have a master of the spiritual world personally take it to confirm its effectiveness, and it was best to be a master who was at the end of his lifespan. Grandmaster Yang, this matter is of great importance, please forgive us for being presumptuous. In the face of Yang Chen, the 4 fairy immortal masters have always been polite, and they also called Yang Chen Grandmaster. They did not despise Yang Chen because he had just ascended. Grandmaster Yang, can you give us a longevity pill? We would be grateful. In fact, the 4 fairy immortal masters who came to visit were all at the end of their lifespan. Because of the limitations of their respective qualifications, being able to cultivate to their current level was already the limit. If not for Yang Chen's appearance, they could only watch as their lifespans ran out, closing their eyes and waiting for death. Suddenly hearing that the mortal world's Tier 5 pill refinement master, Yang Chen, had refined the prolonging life pill, the excitement in the hearts of the 4 could be imagined. In fact, it was not just the 4 of them. Almost all the powerhouses in the spiritual realm who were facing the same predicament basically had the same mentality. They were like drowning people who suddenly grabbed onto a straw, and they would not let go of it easily even if they died. The 4 of them were in such a state of mind. On one hand, they were glad that they had managed to obtain the prolonging life pill, but on the other hand, they were worried that the prolonging life pill would be ineffective. This kind of contradictory mentality filled their hearts, and they would no longer be able to continue cultivating. Hearing that the disciples of the sect reported that they had found the whereabouts of the Chunyang Palace, they immediately reported it to the sect, and then came to find him. Even the major sect members were in a dubious state at the moment. Even though their ascended disciples swore that it was the truth, they didn't dare to fully believe it. The safest way was to have someone personally test the medicine. Yang Chen also understood this truth. If he didn't come up with something real, it would be impossible to make everyone believe it. However, Yang Chen was open-minded. In business, he naturally had to let people buy happily and happily. Moreover, Yang Chen's medicinal pills had always been honest with the old and the young. Of course, he couldn't ruin his own reputation. This junior has a prolonging life pill here. I don't know which senior is willing to work hard and verify it for this junior. This junior will be grateful. With a grateful smile on his face, Yang Chen took out a jade bottle and gently put it on the table. He said sincerely. Needless to say, this jade bottle contained the prolonging life pill refined by Yang Chen. The 4 fairy immortal masters knew that Yang Chen would definitely take out the prolonging life pill for them to experience, but when it came to the matter, the 4 of them were a little hesitant. It was not easy to have hope. Once the illusion was shattered, wouldn't it be worse? For a moment no one spoke. They just quietly stared at the light of expectation that shot out from the jade bottle, but no one made a move. Well, this old man doesn't have much time left. Grandmaster Yang, this old man is not talented, but I am willing to test the medicine for Grandmaster Yang. In the end, it was Elder Lu, who had the highest cultivation of the 5 Elements sect, who made the first decision. She stood up and took the jade bottle in her hand. At this moment, Elder Lu's face showed a kind of understanding that saw through life and death. Success was good, failure was also free and easy. Since she had cultivated to this point, whether she succeeded or not, it was up to heaven. When the other 3 fairy immortals saw that Elder Lu had taken the jade bottle, their faces showed a kind of relief after making a decision. For the time being, they were not as free and easy as Elder Lu. They could see clearly, but their hearts were still full of expectation and disappointment, so they did not dare to test it themselves. Since it was a test, it was naturally the best to do it in public. The people of Chunyang Palace had already prepared the cushions. Yang Chen respectfully invited Elder Lu to take a seat and prepare to take the medicine. The other guests, including the 3 fairy immortals, sat around them, so they could observe the process of the pill taking effect at a close distance. A round pill was poured out from the jade bottle, and Elder Lu's eyes lit up. The 4 clear dragon patterns on the pill were unusually eye-catching. This was a longevity-extending pill concocted by 4th Revolution, which was one more revolution than the longevity-extending pill that Elder Zhou had taken. Everyone's eyes were focused on the pill in Elder Lu's hand. The breathing of the fairy immortals became much rougher, and they did not have the calmness of a fairy immortal at all. However, the others were not much better than the 3 experts. Under their scorching eyes, all of them were hopeful about this pill. Elder Lu no longer hesitated. She closed her eyes and put the pill into her mouth. Whether she lived or died would depend on the effect of this pill. As soon as the pill entered her mouth, it directly turned into a warm current, entering Elder Lu's abdomen, and then flowed throughout her body. Wherever this warm current flowed through, Elder Lu's whole body seemed to be bathed in the most mellow wine, and he was extremely intoxicated. A fairy immortal was indeed a fairy immortal. This comfortable feeling only made him intoxicated for a moment, and he quickly sobered up. He knew what he had to do now. He immediately calmed his mind and began to concentrate on refining the pill's efficacy, quickly entering a meditative state. In the blink of an eye, more than 2 hours had passed, but there was not the slightest change in Elder Lu. At this time, the onlookers began to feel a little disappointed. It was said that when Elder Zhou of Yin Yang Demon School took the pill on the spot, it immediately took effect. How could there be no change after more than 2 hours? It seemed that this longevity-extending pill was only useful for juniors in the mortal world, and not for experts in the spiritual world. After waiting for more than 2 hours, Elder Lu was still in the same state. Everyone who had been waiting anxiously could no longer conceal the disappointment on their faces, and they began to shake their heads. At this moment, someone exclaimed, and everyone's eyes were immediately attracted. Chapter 1537. Elder Lu, who looked old and clumsy earlier, was still sitting on the cattail hassock without moving. However, the area closest to the roots of his white hair suddenly showed a little greenish-black. Everyone present was an expert. Everyone had engraved Elder Lu's appearance in their hearts. Everyone could swear that this greenish-black color wasn't like this before. Elder Lu's hair had already turned pure white. It was impossible for greenish-black color to appear. Everyone's heart, which had just fallen into the abyss, was now pulled back bit by bit. The eyes that were staring at Elder Lu also began to emit light. Everyone was extremely excited as they looked at Elder Lu. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly, for fear that the slightest movement would disturb Elder Lu's absorption of the elixir. The roots of Elder Lu's hair had slowly turned from greenish-black to pure black. His hair had also grown a little. The newly grown hair was less than half a finger's length, but it was already an exciting black color. It wasn't just his hair. Even his snow-white eyebrows had changed at this time. They had also turned black and white, which looked very comical. However, no one present found it funny. Apart from being excited, they didn't have any other feelings. His loose skin seemed to have a little more color. It tightened bit by bit, and the fine wrinkles on it seemed to disappear silently. The specks of age spots on his skin were slowly fading. Everything was happening in front of everyone's eyes. At this time, no one would think that Elder Lu had been absorbing the elixir for a long time. Everyone just wanted to see the changes that were happening to Elder Lu's body bit by bit, for fear of missing even the slightest bit. No one was absolutely sure that they would definitely not face this day. Therefore, this matter concerned everyone's life and death. Everyone, including themselves, was completely focused and didn't dare to slack off. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Elder Lu's appearance gradually became younger. The wrinkles on his face slowly smoothed out. His skin also gained luster. His hair turned black from the root. Everything indicated that the prolonging life pill was playing a significant role. Unknowingly, Elder Lu had changed from an old man to a middle-aged man. Although she hadn't reached the peak of a young man's appearance, this change was enough to make people extremely happy. No one noticed that at least 2 days had passed quietly. Everyone was focused on the changes in Elder Lu, and no one paid attention to the passage of time. "Who?" Elder Lu finally let out a long breath, finished refining the medicinal power, and opened her eyes. Even without a mirror, Elder Lu could feel that her body was full of strength. This was a kind of vitality. Although she dared not say that it was comparable to when she was at her peak, she was no longer at the stage where she closed her eyes and waited for death. According to Elder Lu's own conservative estimate, this 4 revolutions life-prolonging pill had increased her lifespan by at least 500 years. 500 years might be enough for Elder Lu to break through the bottleneck of 10th tier heaven immortal, transcend the tribulation, and ascend to the immortal world. This was not giving Elder Lu 500 years of lifespan. It was clearly giving Elder Lu another life. Elder Lu's current appearance was really a little funny. His hair was half black and half white, and so were his eyebrows. His beard had also become 2 distinct colors. However, no one would laugh at Elder Lu's appearance. Everyone only felt envy from the bottom of their hearts. "I can't thank you enough." Elder Lu stood up and bowed to Yang Qin without saying a word. "Grand Master Yang, if you have any errands in the future, I will go through fire and water without hesitation. Even if I ascend to the immortal world, the 5 Elements sect will repay this favor, Grand Master Yang." His words were resolute, and no one doubted his sincerity. As soon as these words came out, the people around couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice. The promise of Elder Lu, who was a 10th tier heaven immortal, could almost be said to have left a great backer for Yang Qin and Chunyang Palace. Not to mention the Chiman sect, which had been destroyed. Even a sect 10 times larger than the Chiman sect would not dare to have any crooked ideas against Yang Qin and Chunyang Palace. This was just a favor from Elder Lu alone. It should be known that there were countless experts in the spiritual world who were in the same situation as Elder Lu. So many experts had received a favor from Yang Qin, which was terrifying to think about. Fortunately, it was said that the materials for refining the prolonging pill were limited, and it was impossible to have an unlimited supply. This made some people who were secretly vigilant feel a little relieved. No matter how much favor Chunyang Palace offered, it was only that much, and it would not become a serious problem. Aside from this, Yang Qin's prolonging pill was simply the best that everyone dreamed of. There was no 9th tier alchemist in the spiritual world, so naturally, it was impossible to have the 9 cycles golden pill. Although the effect of the prolonging pill was not as good as the 9 cycles golden pill, which could add thousands of years to one's lifespan, hundreds of years were really hard to come by. This was only the 4 cycles prolonging pill. If Yang Chen's alchemy level was improved, how much lifespan could the 5 cycles and 6 cycles prolonging pill add? Thinking of this, people were eager to have a relationship with Master Yang now and ask for the elixir. Unfortunately, this idea was not realistic enough, and they did not have such a friendship. Yang Chen had already proved that his prolonging pill was effective, so how could he easily take it out? It was estimated that this time, the newly ascended disciples of each sect would be blessed. If they had a relationship with Yang Chen, they would definitely be put in an important position in the sect. Which sect did not want to have a few prolonging pills? Even if no one was using it now, couldn't they store a few as backup? Countless people began to think about how to build a relationship with Chunyang Palace. At the same time, the other 3 fairy immortals who came to visit with Elder Lu did not know what to do at the moment. They came to verify whether the prolonging pill was effective, but after seeing the effect of the prolonging pill with their own eyes, these fairy immortals could not help but be tempted. They wanted to ask Yang Chen for one, but they did not have such a friendship, so they could not speak up. It was very difficult. However, Yang Chen was very good at dealing with people, especially these elders of his wives and concubines, who had just arrived in the spiritual world. No matter how outstanding they were in the mortal world, when they came to the spiritual world, they were still juniors in the face of a large group of elders in the sect. They had to bow their heads when it was time. Wasn't this a good opportunity for them to show their faces? Seniors, you are the elders of my wives and concubines in the sect. My family has just arrived, so please take care of us. Yang Chen respectfully took out 3 jade bottles and handed them to the 3 fairy immortals. This is a little bit of filial piety from this junior to the elders on behalf of my family. Please accept it. This junior is very grateful. As soon as these words came out, these fairy immortals immediately gained faith. Not only did they not have to speak up, but Yang Chen had completely put on a filial piety posture on behalf of his wives and concubines. They did not have to pretend to refuse, which made them feel very comfortable.